Chapter 729 Level B Mission. Chapter 729 Level B Mission. The strength behind his palm was extremely strong. Moreover, the big guy was very obedient. He had used 80% of his strength just because of how much strength Yao Yan had given him. 80% of the virtual immortal stage's power. This was a tempo that could blast others to death. Bam! Long Fei's body moved to the side and continuously retreated, his arms becoming numb, and his heart becoming unhappy. The big bloke's palm felt even more uncomfortable. It was as though he had slapped a steel plate. His 5 fingers were splitting apart, and his entire arm was in incomparable pain. He was infuriated. "You actually dare to block me. You're courting death." At this moment, another disciple said anxiously, "Senior Marshal Sister, the mission we were about to accept has disappeared." Yao Yan's face immediately changed and shouted, "Who dares to snatch the mission from me?" While they were talking, she strode to the task window. The big-sized man also retracted his finger. He stared at Long Fei and said fiercely, "Brat, just you wait." He followed her. Long Fei did not pay attention to this. He studied the mission carefully, but he could not find anything suitable for him. Regardless of all that, I can just accept any mission. He also walked to the mission window and handed over his identity plate. Unlevel mission. The staff member checked and said, "Your level is not high enough to accept an A-class mission. Do you have a team?" Long Fei shook his head and said, "No." That person replied, "Then there's no other way. If you want to receive an A-grade mission alone, you need to have the identity of an advanced disciple." "Then what kind of missions can I accept with my current level?" Long Fei asked. That person replied, "At your current level, you can only take missions below the C grade. It seems that there are no missions below the C grade today. You can come back tomorrow." Long Fei was speechless. A table of contents, on the other side. That senior sister Yao Yan was so angry that her chest was trembling and was about to burst her clothes. "You dare to snatch the mission from me, just you wait. This is so infuriating." Looking at her expression, Zhang Xian felt as though his lungs were about to burst from anger. The crowd started whispering to each other. "That is an A-class mission of Immortal City. I heard that the God's Fire Troopers had prepared for this mission for a month. I never expected that someone would beat me to it. Who dares to snatch the mission from the God's Fire Troopers? Isn't this courting death? Who knows? However, not just any person would dare to take the Immortal City mission. I heard that the Immortal City is filled with dark creatures that won't die. That's because there's an immortal soul treasure inside." Zhouren began to discuss in a low voice. At this moment, there were 2 people standing beside Long Fei, and one of them was Wang Qingshan. Seeing Long Fei, Wang Qingshan immediately went forward to welcome him and said, "Brother Long, do you want to form a team? I just accepted a B-class mission. Do you want to come with me?" One of the disciples standing beside him looked at Long Fei in disdain. Regarding Long Fei, Wang Qingshan had already let go of his resentment. More importantly, after Wang Qingshan lost, Teacher Oya's words to him made him admire Long Fei. Long Fei's level was not high, but his comprehension of the way of the sword was above his. With regards to people with high comprehension in the way of the sword, Wang Qingshan would be filled with respect and admiration. Seeing that Long Fei did not receive a mission, he took the initiative to walk forward and invite him. Long Fei said, "Do you guys still need more people?" The disciple beside Wang Qingshan said coldly, "It's full." Wang Qingshan glanced at him, then immediately laughed. "There's still one more person. If you join, that would be perfect. Divide the points equally. If you gain something else from the mission, you can give it to whoever is suitable. If it's not, you can sell it. The points, the fairy stones will also be divided equally. What do you think?" Long Fei needed the mission, he needed it greatly, and said, "Then, thank you, senior fellow apprentice Wang." Wang Qingshan laughed. You're too courteous, you can just call me Qingshan. There are still 3 senior fellow apprentices waiting outside. I'll take you to see them. A team was like a team in a game. Whether it was clearing the instant's dungeon or defeating the boss, he needed to cooperate. In the game, every team needed a cleric, warrior, and mage. Every team had their own division of labor. Long Fei walked out of the mission hall. Wang Qingshan introduced him in a familiar manner. Spirit Poison Master Zhou Ling, Array Master Jing Qingsong, this junior sister apprentice is a college of martial arts training with me. His name is Yang Luoshui. You have met this Mengqing before. And then Wang Qingshan then introduced them. This is Long Fei, the one who won 18 consecutive rounds. Zhou Ling and Jing Qingsong were startled. Both of them revealed an expression of excitement. Yang Luoshui and Meng Cheng's eyes flashed with a look of despise. Yang Luoshui said coldly, "Senior fellow apprentice, aren't we looking for a beast master? What are you finding a service disciple that you don't even want from 18 great material halls for?" Wang Qingshan laughed. "I didn't find a suitable beast master. I know Brother Long, he must be very strong." "Humph. Powerful. If it's strong, would the 18 great material halls not accept it?" Meng Qing sarcastically said, "Brother Wang, if it wasn't for this mission, I would definitely not be in the same squad as a service disciple." Jing Qingsong slightly said, "Harmony, harmony, harmony is the most important." Zhou Ling also added, "The mission is the most important, I only lack the points for this mission to be exchanged for a poison scripture." And then, he looked at Long Fei and said, "Brother Long, 18 consecutive victories are truly powerful, but the fighting is a battle and the mission is a mission. I hope that everyone will retreat and follow the instructions. If there is any mistake and we do not complete the mission, I will not hold back." The atmosphere became stiffer and stiffer. Long Fei looked at Wang Qingshan and said, "Senior fellow apprentice Wang, I think I should still." Wang Qingshan immediately said, "Brother Long, if you withdraw, then don't treat me, Wang Qingshan, as a brother anymore. Teacher Aoya had said before, she wants me to learn from you. Let's go. Our mission this time isn't too hard." Without waiting for Long Fei to refuse, Wang Qingshan had already pulled Long Fei back. The mission was accepted by Wang Qingshan. He had absolute authority. Long Fei exhaled in his heart and thought, "I want to become stronger quickly, I want to create my own team, if only Li Yuanba and the others are here. I wonder how they are doing now. Lang Qianli is still not back. Nothing will happen to him, right?" The 4 King Kong were all in the South Horizon region. If they were here, in addition to Chen Tianfei's super tank, they would be a super team. The group of 6 walked towards the teleportation array. At this time, the 6 from God's fire troopers were also by the teleportation circle. The bewitching senior sister was still angry as she said, "Stealing missions from me, I will toy with him to death. Go to the immortal city." When the teleportation array opened, a ray of Xuanao Bai's light enveloped the 6 of them. A few seconds later, they disappeared. Long Fei and the others walked to the center of the array. "Senior fellow apprentice Wang, what kind of mission are we on?" Wang Qingshan said, "Our mission is very simple, find the ruins of the immortal sect, set the coordinates, and we will be done with setting up the teleportation circle." Immortal Sect. Chapter 730 Immortal Demon Beast. Chapter 730 Immortal Demon Beast. A white light flashed. Long Fei felt as if he had fallen into a space tunnel as he continuously traveled back and forth. A transmission array was a cultivation method of the space laws. By cultivating a formation to an extremely high level, one could refine a teleportation array. The distance of tens of millions of kilometers was covered in just a few minutes. After Long Fei landed on the ground, he looked at the ancient formation beneath his feet and was slightly shocked. It was as if he had seen the patterns of this formation somewhere before. Jing Qingsong looked at Long Fei's doubtful expression and said, This formation is a primitive formation and wasn't created by the God Emperor Academy's elders. So it's a little different from the God Emperor Academy's formation. Long Fei said, "How do different formations establish connections?" Meng Qing could not help but sneer and said, "Do you understand the power of the spatial laws? It would be a waste of words if I told you that I don't understand." Jing Qingsong laughed. "This is indeed a type of spatial law force. I have not cultivated it to that level, so I am unable to explain to you. There are many of these kinds of primordial teleportation formations in the God's Martial Continent. I heard from the elders of the War Formation Hall that these formations existed millions of years ago, and it seems to be some kind of battle outpost. In the past, this formation was not used to teleport people, but to observe things. In this world, very few people knew of this formation, because this formation came from the Dragon Clan. These formations were built millions of years ago when the dragon race was dominating. At that time, the powers of these formations were extremely powerful and could reach into the heavens. They could sense the fluctuations from another plane billions of kilometers away. These formations were set up to prepare defenses and defend against the invasion of an expert from another plane. However, these formations were still useless. They still hadn't been able to withstand the dragonkind's tribulation. After millions of years, these array formations had become weaker and weaker. Later, a super inscription master rearranged these array formations and transformed them into the current transmission array. Wang Qingshan said slightly. The Immortal sect is within the Undying Mountain range. Everyone must be careful. If the demon beast can avoid it, then avoid it. If they can't, then fight again. Do you understand? Yang Luoshui looked at Long Fei and said, "Servant disciple, do you understand?" Long Fei did not speak. He was still thinking about the teleportation formation, and that familiar feeling became even stronger. Where have I seen it before? Where is it? Wang Qingshan shouted, "Let's go!" The 6 of them quickly entered the mountain. It was unknown whether it was on purpose or because they wanted to finish the mission as soon as possible, but with Meng Qing leading the way, his speed was exceptionally fast. Her cultivation was at least an entire realm higher than Long Fei's. Meng Qing looked at Long Fei, who was behind the cushion, and sneered in his heart, "Let's see how long you can hold out for." Heaven's flow steps. Meng Qing's speed increased once again. Long Fei followed behind them and maintained a fixed distance. He did not care about how fast they were, nor did he care about the consumption of power of Celestial. Anyway, this had nothing to do with him, because the Golden Dragon Master was helping him run. In his mind, he was still thinking about the ancient array formation. Blood Dragon, does this array formation come from the dragon race? The Blood Dragon ancestor became excited and said, "Big Brother Azure Dragon told me not to say. He said that you have to walk on your own path." F***CK. Long Fei fiercely cursed, "Azure Dragon, are you even human? You deserve to be seal among the powder tripod." Yen Huang ancestor smiled slightly, "Brat, someone wants to use up your strength and power of Celestial." "Huh?" Long Fei asked, "Who is it?" At this moment, Long Fei suddenly realized that the reason Meng Qing ran so fast was because he wanted to make things difficult for him. "Rub. You want to embarrass me?" Long Fei tensed up and thought, "Then let's see who will be the one to be embarrassed in the end." He did not surpass anyone else and followed closely behind. An hour passed. He did not fall even half a step. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. Seeing Long Fei still following closely behind and taking a pellet, he gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. Long Fei reminded them, "Should we rest for a while?" Meng Qing immediately mocked, "What? Are you tired?" As expected of a service disciple, you're already tired after such a short period of time. If you want to rest, then rest by yourself. I still want to finish the mission earlier. Meng Qing started to feel proud. "Boy, you won't be able to hold on much longer." Long Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, "All right, I don't mind, I'm just afraid that some people won't be able to take it." Yang Luoshui said, "Who wouldn't be able to take it? We are all at arrogant, immortal state level, and only you are at spiritual level. Furthermore, you have always been at the back, so I think you cannot handle it." Long Fei laughed and said, "Then let's continue." Another 2 hours passed. The arrogant immortal state's value was indeed a little thick, but that was compared to normal warriors. But what about Long Fei? His power of celestial was more valuable than the berserker immortal peak realm, so why would he waste his power of celestial? Until now, he had not consumed a single bit of the power of celestial. Huff, huff, huff. Yang Luoshui was already panting like an ox. Meng Cheng's speed had slowed down by more than half. His face had also turned slightly pale. This was a sign that his power of celestial was about to dry up. "Hurry up. Continue," Long Fei urged. Meng Cheng disdainfully thought to himself, "I don't believe I can't step on you." Another acceleration. Another hour passed. At this time, Yang Luoshui was no longer able to do it. Her pubes was already exhausted without the slightest bit of power of celestial. Meng Cheng's face turned pale white. Both Wang Qingshan and Jing Qingsong were also exhausted. Unable to hold on any longer, they ran too fast, and had exhausted too much of their power of celestial. Plop! Yang Luoshui fell to the ground and said, I can't, my power of celestial is already exhausted." He couldn't hold on any longer. He couldn't hold on for much longer even when he was on pills. Long Fei didn't even have a drop of sweat on his forehead. He looked at Meng Cheng and said, "Senior brother, continue. Why are you getting slower and slower? This won't do." Long Fei ruthlessly humiliated him. Want to embarrass him? Who would be embarrassed now? Meng Cheng could not hold on any longer. He stared at Long Fei, who was so embarrassed that he became angry. He took a step forward and shouted, "Brat, are you courting death?" Wang Qingshan immediately stopped Meng Cheng and said, "Brother Meng, don't be angry." Long Fei said, "It's you who said that we must complete the mission quickly. You should run now, why aren't you running anymore?" Long Fei was also unhappy. Jing Qingsong gasped for breath. Harmony, we need to be harmonious." Wang Qingshan said, "Long Fei, don't say too much. Right now, everyone has pretty much exhausted their power of celestial, so we should rest here and wait for power of celestial to recover before departing." Not waiting for him to finish, a pair of green eyes stared down at the 6 of them from a high vantage point. Demon beast. It was an incomparably large demon beast. The demon beast's body was emitting a deathly aura. Undying demon beast in the immortal mountain range. Chapter 731 Explosive. Chapter 731 Explosive. There's a demon beast. Hell bullhead. Defend. Quick, defend. Suddenly, Wang Qingshan shouted loudly. It was just that. Their reactions could not keep up at all, because the power of celestial in their bodies were almost completely exhausted. Even if they could react in their minds, their bodies would not be able to keep up. The power of celestial was like the gasoline of a car. Without gas, how would your car start up? Boom! The 6-meter-tall demon beast suddenly hammered its hands together, creating a loud sound. The earth shook violently. He couldn't even stand steadily, let alone form an effective defense. Zhou Ling's face changed greatly as he said, we're finished, we're completely finished." Yang Luoshui was so scared that she started crying. "Senior brother, what do we do, what do we do?" Meng Cheng was also trembling in fear, as he continued to retreat. He completely ignored Yang Luoshui, and didn't care about anyone else at this time. He was lucky to be able to escape. Meng Cheng retreated to the back and started running. Jing Qingsong shouted loudly, "Meng Cheng, don't run, don't run." Meng Cheng sneered and said, "If I didn't run over, would I have died with you?" All of you, go die. Yang Luoshui shouted loudly, Senior brother Meng Qing, bring me along. Zhou Ling also crawled up from the ground. He turned around and wanted to run, but Jing Qingsong shouted again, Don't run, over there are demon beast S2. Bam! In the forest, there was a loud sound as an afterimage flew out. Meng Cheng's body was struck into 2 pieces and smashed into a rock, fresh blood flowing out. Jing Qingsong sighed heavily and said, I already told you not to run. Yang Luoshui screamed crazily. She was so scared that her expression was extremely brutal. Her body was curled into a ball and her body was trembling. At this time, she did not have any strength to fight. Long Fei walked forward and slapped him, then shouted, Calm down a little. A single slap caused Yang Luoshui to be dumbstruck. At this moment, Long Fei had already walked out. Senior brother Wang, take care of them. Wang Qingshan was stunned for a moment and said, Long Fei, what are you trying to do? Don't go out. Jing Qingsong also shouted, Defensive, defensive, don't go out. Long Fei's right hand moved, and the dragon's salure landed in his hand. He said lightly, The best defense is attack. And then, Long Fei's heart was moved, unparalleled level 5. Buzz! The dragon salure in Long Fei's hand moved, and rushed towards the hell bullhead, with one hand holding onto his blade. He jumped up into the air and slashed towards the hell bullhead's head. Moo! With a roar, the hell bullhead's incomparably strong body suddenly charged forward, and without waiting for the dragon salure to land, it smashed into Long Fei's chest. Boom! Long Fei's chest flashed with a golden light as the power of Golden Dragon Protector burst out. Whoosh! Long Fei flew out like a kite with its string cut and thought in his heart, Damn, what a strong power. Bam! The moment he landed, Long Fei rushed out once again, as though he was flying, again. This time, with both hands on the blade, he roared out in his heart, Dark Dragon God slash. Shwa! Roar! The shadow of the Dark Dragon God roared out, the blade chi raged, and ruthlessly slashed at the hell bullhead. Rumble, rumble, rumble! The row of towering trees was split into 2 by the sword aura from the dragon salure. A deep bloody wound also appeared on the top of the hell bullhead's head. The hell bullhead was enraged, and its 2 horns glinting with a cold light clashed against each other. Madness! Damn! Isn't this guy too terrifying? Its defense was too thick. Even Dragon Salure would have a hard time dealing heavy damage. Then change your posture. Long Fei kept his Dragon Salure and laid on the ground with his 4 limbs spread. He shouted from his Adam's apple, Toading skill! Big Toad! With his 4 limbs supporting him, Long Fei's body shot out like a cannonball, smashing straight towards the hell bullhead. Is he crazy? If the hell bullhead were to compete in strength, he would definitely be turned into minced meat. Dead, dead, he's going to die. Zhou Ling's voice trembled. Wang Qingshan's brows tightened and said, This won't do, even if this Long Fei doesn't die, he will be heavily injured. Zhou Ling, you are a spirit poison master, you should go and release the poison for the hell bullhead. We can't delay it, with just Long Fei's strength alone, it won't be possible. Wang Qingshan said anxiously. They had never accepted a B-level mission. In the past, the most he had received was only a C-level mission. The reason why he had accepted the B-level mission this time around was because he wanted to earn some points and exchange them for something better to deal with during the Academy's large competition. That's why they took the risk. He did not expect that the danger level of the Weibia class mission would completely exceed his expectations. Zhou Ling's body shrank and immediately said, I don't want to send myself to my death. Wang Qingshan said, Brother Zhou, we will cover you, you don't have to worry. Zhou Ling sneered and said, Wang Qingshan, do you take me to be a fool? Cover me, is this hell bullhead something that can be covered just by saying that? You think I'm a 3-year-old child? Jing Qingsong disdainfully said, Damn, I'll go. It was also at this time. Long Fei and the Hell Bullhead collided together. Long Fei roared, "Extermination!" Whoosh! Long Fei was blasted outwards and the Hell Bullhead retreated a few steps as well. The toting skill's penetrating power penetrated deep into his body, and following the movement of the idea, the wave of energy madly wreaked havoc in the body of the ox head. Crack! With a burst of killing intent, a scarlet number floated above the Hell Bullhead's head. 39,833, his body sank as well, becoming even more furious. "I'll take your life while you're sick." When the dragon salure in Long Fei's hand fell, without waiting for it to react, he rushed forward once again and slashed down. Not the blade, but the back. It struck down heavily. He slammed the oxhead's body to the ground. Splitting pulse art. Long Fei's fist surged onto the ground, causing the gigantic Hell Bullhead to shake as both of his fists exploded. Mountain hit fist. Roar, roar! The god power in his right arm also exploded out at the same time. Two violent and furious King Kong apes rushed out of Long Fei's fist, smashing the Hell Bullhead that was above the ground into the air. Dragon chop. 1,000 slashes. In the instant that the Hell Bullhead rises into the air, Long Fei's figure flashed out, and the dragon salure began to dance wildly. Dragon chop at the great perfection stage, 1,000 slashes. Coupled with the power of thunder from the thunder immortal root, the crazy chopping down was like a kitchen knife chopping down on a wire, bringing about sparks and lightning. Wang Qingshan and the others were immediately dumbfounded. Long Fei was like a god. Wang Qingshan muttered, "Teacher Aoya is indeed correct. He is not an ordinary person." Boom! Long Fei roared out in his heart, "Explode for me!" Ding! Chapter 732 Rockets Upgrade. Chapter 732 Rockets Upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Hell Bullhead, for obtaining 35,000 experience, 500 power of celestial and 1 energy values. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Hell's Armor. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining rare and undead veins. Do you wish to fuse it? Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently at the 7th level of the Spirit Immortal Realm. He had leveled up. Long Fei exclaimed in his heart, "I've finally leveled up." Ding! The undying blood vein was devoured by the dragon salure. Ding! The Hell's armor was disintegrated and devoured. Long Fei forced himself to think. It's starting again, a devouring vein and a spirit-devouring treasure, they are trying to take my life. The Yen Huang ancestor started to chew and said, "This Hell's armor is too rough, it's so unpalatable. F***ck. Patriarch your head." Long Fei scolded her. "It's already good if you have something to eat, but you still have to be so picky. Do you still want me to live?" Yen Huang ancestor laughed and said, "I want you to live, I want you to live." At this moment, Wang Qingshan walked up, looked at Long Fei with a dumbstruck expression, and asked, "Just how strong are you?" Jing Qingsong said, "Brat, you really scared me to death, you are too damn strong." Long Fei smiled slightly and said, "There are still quite a few Hell Bullhead around here. You guys wait here, I'll go and lure them away." Wang Qingshan pulled Long Fei back and said, "It's too dangerous." Long Fei said, "I will take good care of myself, wait for me here. If I don't return within an hour, you guys leave first. I'll definitely catch up with you guys." After Long Fei finished speaking, he rushed out. Upgrade. He wanted to level up. How could he miss such a good opportunity? The defense of the Hell Bullhead was indeed very strong, but he had a lot of experience. Long Fei disappeared into the darkness. Wang Qingshan immediately said, "Everyone, meditate in place, recover the power of Celestial as soon as possible." In another place, within the Eternal Mountain Range, God's fire troopers' group of 6 stood on a hillside as they looked at the immortal city from afar. This is the immortal city. It was also a relic of the undying immortal sect. All of them were undead creatures, old undead monsters. The bewitching senior sister looked coldly at the immortal city and said slightly, "Holy Sword Troopers, I want to see how strong you are and how long you can last. You dare to snatch my mission? Just you wait." The big guy slightly said, "Big sis, what exactly is inside the immortal city? Holy Sword Troopers' ranking is higher than ours. If they can't do it, then we." Ranking was combat power. Holy Sword Troopers was ranked 16th, several ranks higher than them, and their overall strength was also above theirs. If they couldn't even do it, then God's fire troopers definitely couldn't as well. The bewitching senior sister sneered and said, "The old monster in Immortal City is a dragon. Undying ghost dragon. I spent an entire month flipping through ancient books and searching for the method to kill Ghost Dragon. Only we can complete this mission." The bewitching senior sister said confidently. The expressions of the few members changed. The big guy said, "Big sis, is there really a dragon on senior sister?" The beautiful senior sister said, "Of course there are dragons, although the dragon race has disappeared, but that does not mean there are no dragons. The Pan family has disappeared for 1,000,000 years, and they have not appeared yet, so the dragon race must be hiding themselves. This ghost dragon might be from the dragon race. Maybe after I kill him, I'll be able to find the location of the dragon region. Ha ha ha! Maybe I will become the strongest person in God's martial continent. I heard that whoever can find the dragon domain will be able to command all the dragons. By then, all of you will be hegemony." The bewitching senior sister became excited. Sounds of fighting and screams came from the immortal city. And then there was Long Fei. "Hell Core, it's time to unleash your abilities." Long Fei moved and released all of the Hell Core from the Death Calling God seal. Rows and rows of them stood in front of Long Fei. "Greetings, Master." The voice was loud, but only Long Fei could hear it. Long Fei smiled slightly and said, "Now, kill all of the demon beast here for me, remember? Kill them all." "Yes, sir." All the ghost soldiers flew out crazily. Long Fei laughed excitedly. "It's very difficult to level up by myself, but if 1,000 people were to help me level up, how fast would it be? Hee hee. Who can compete with me?" Long Fei bellowed, "Who else?" 10 minutes later. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Hell Bullhead, for obtaining 35,000 experience, 500 power of celestial and 1 energy values. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining rare and undead veins fusion. Dragon Salyer, absorb your blood vein to your heart's content. Long Fei laughed happily. "It's starting, the killing machine is starting to roll." Ding! 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 More and more notifications sounded. Because these ghost soldiers were all brought out by Long Fei and trained by him, the demon beast that they killed were all experiences gained by him. The experience bar began to surge. Half an hour later. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level. Spirit Immortal Stage Level 8. Too fast, leveling up is just like riding on a rocket. Can you be faster? Long Fei was excited. At the same time he asked in his heart, "Ancestor, will these ghost soldiers betray us?" Yen Huang Ancestor said, "Don't worry, with me here, they wouldn't dare." Long Fei's mind relaxed and said, "That's good." This was a high-level killing machine. Killing 1,000 Shadow Squad soldiers would help him level up, so he didn't want to see anything bad happen. Arrogant, immortal state. "I need the 3-rate fairy vein now." The idea moved and said to the ancestor, "Ancestor, can you sense where they are?" Yen Huang Ancestor replied, "Sure." Long Fei said, "Then you better take note of this and see if there are any Oxhead Kings." Yen Huang Ancestor smiled and said, "Understood." "Why isn't Long Fei back yet?" Almost an hour. Zhou Ling impatiently waited and said, I think we should go first. He's just a service disciple, yet he wants us to wait for him? Wang Qingshan frowned and said, Senior brother Zhou Ling, if not for Long Fei just now, I'm afraid we would have died here. Yang Luoshui said fiercely, So what? He actually dares to hit me. I won't let him off when we go back. Jing Qingsong said, Harmonious, harmonious, we are from the first battle squadron. Yang Luoshui glared at Jing Qingsong and said, You only know about harmony, why didn't you talk about harmony when he hit me? An hour passed. Long Fei did not appear. Because the ghost soldiers had discovered the ruins of the undying immortal sect. Moreover, he even found a boss. Chapter 733 Boss, Undying Ghost Dragon? Chapter 733 Boss, Undying Ghost Dragon? Originally, Long Fei had wanted to rush back to meet up with Wang Qingshan. However, just as he was about to rush over, a shadow soldier informed him that he had discovered a powerful creature, the undead creatures. Long Fei immediately became excited. Boss? Kill the boss first. Humph. An hour has passed and we can't wait any longer. He really takes himself seriously. If our power of celestial wasn't exhausted just now, would we need his protection? Zhou Ling said in disdain, forgetting the fear she had just shown. Senior brother Wang, we can't wait any longer. Yang Luoshui also said, What can a mere service disciple do? I think it was already eaten by the demon beast. I waited for him for a whole hour. That's kind of you. Zhou Ling immediately said, Senior brother Wang, we should complete our mission soon and escape from it quickly. Our time is extremely precious, we cannot waste our time just because of a service disciple. Wang Qingshan looked at Jing Qingsong. Jing Qingsong slightly said, Since you haven't come back yet, you must either be lost or… He did not continue. Furthermore, the sky was about to darken, and the mountain was becoming more and more dangerous at night. The mission had to be completed before nightfall. Wang Qingshan took a glance at the direction Long Fei had disappeared in, and thought to himself, Long Fei, take care of yourself. Finished. Wang Qingshan said, Let's complete the mission first, then look for Long Fei later. The Immortal City. Rumble. Rumble. The sound of thunder exploded and a few streaks of light flashed out. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin. How are you? Only 3 of Holy Sword Troopers' 6 people came out, while the other one's entire body was black and poisoned with the poison of death. He can't do it anymore. Captain, the undead creatures inside are too strong, we are not their match, leave. It was also at this time. The 6 gods fire troopers slowly walked out, the bewitching senior sister laughed proudly. Ha ha! Stealing missions from me, Holy Sword Troopers? Pfft! The brows of the captain of the Holy Sword Troopers sunk as he said, Junior Sister Han, the mission is yours. Ha ha ha! Senior brother Daofeng, is the mission now mine? Don't you like fighting with me? Han Xueji sneered and said, Why aren't you continuing? Daofeng said slightly, Junior Sister Han, I will accept the mission first when it is issued, there is no such thing as not snatching it. Furthermore, this mission is not something that you and I can complete, the mission level is not A class, it should be S class, and you can't complete it either. The undead creatures in there can't be killed at all. Han Xueji sneered and said, Of course you can't kill him. Only I can complete this mission. Wait until I complete this mission, my god's fire troopers will be able to trample your Holy Sword Troopers underfoot. Han Xueji laughed proudly. Dao Feng's gaze turned cold and he said with a cold smile, Junior Sister Han, let me advise you one last time not to go in. Humph! Do you think I'm trash like you? Han Xueji laughed as he waved his finger, pointing at the Immortal City, he said, Let's go! The big guy took the lead, shouldered his war hammer and rushed up, then smashed it onto the city gates of Immortal City. Boom! A loud sound echoed out. The city gate was smashed open, and at the same time, overwhelming amounts of dark arrogance rushed out. Dao Feng's face changed greatly and said, "Ignorant! If you break through the city gates, it would be the same as breaking through the immortal city's seal. That way, the undead creatures would be able to rush out." Han Xueji also frowned, but she was not worried. As long as she could kill Ghost Dragon, all the undead creatures in the immortal city would die instantly. Woo woo woo! A chilly wind blew. The powerful undead creatures rumbled. They all rushed to the city gates. Han Xueji ordered, "The 5 of you, hold these undead creatures back for me. Remember, you must hold them back for me and buy me some time. If you want to kill the undead creatures, you have to get rid of it first." Han Xueji looked at Dao Feng and said, "Senior brother Dao Feng, you don't know about this, right?" Finished. Han Xueji transformed into a ball of light and flew out. The big guy shouted, "Give Big Sis some time." Dao Feng secretly thought, "Undying Ghost Dragon, are you talking about the Death Lizard?" "Captain, what should we do?" Dao Feng slightly said, "Don't be anxious, let's take a look first." Bang bang bang. There were more and more death legions at the city gate. The Big 5 struggled more and more. "Hold on, we have to hold on." All hope was placed on Han Xueji. If she wanted to complete the mission, he had to rely on her to kill Ghost Dragon. At this moment, Wang Qingshan and the other 3 came over. Looking at Dao Feng and the big-size man who was struggling at the city gate, Wang Qingshan said without hesitation, "Junior Sister Yang, you are a medical master, you should go and see if senior brother needs any help. Qingsong, activate the formation seal at the city gate. God's fire troopers' senior brother can't hold on much longer. Zhou Ling, let's go help." Wang Qingshan took big steps and rushed forward. Jing Qingsong also rushed forward. Only Zhou Ling did not move from his original position, and he had a face full of contempt as he said, "You all want to die, but I don't want to." At this moment, Dao Feng stood up and said to Yang Luoshui, "Take care of him. Let's go too." A brother beside him said, "Captain, why should we help them?" Dao Feng said with a sunken voice, "They are from the God Emperor Academy, they are our little brother. If the undead creatures from the immortal city rush out, they will definitely be annihilated within 1,000,000 miles. Our God Emperor Academy wants to protect this continent. Do you understand?" As soon as he finished, Dao Feng rushed forward and joined the battle at the city gate. No matter what kind of hatred or resentment there was, they were all disciples of the God Emperor Academy. Were all disciples of Senior Brother S of the same sect. When faced with difficulties, we should always be united with the outside world. It was not a fight inside. Since Han Xueji had a way to get rid of Ghost Dragon, then he should help her with all his might. With the help of Dao Feng and a few others, the city gate was slightly blocked. Jing Qingsong was also speeding up the refining of the array seal, but the level of his array was too low. It was impossible for him to hold on for too long. Dao Feng said, "Junior Sister Han, you must succeed. What's the situation with Big Sister? Why hasn't it recovered yet?" Suddenly, the undead creatures at the city gate was retreating. Dao Feng asked excitedly, "Han Xueji succeeded?" At this moment, a loud sound was heard from the center of the city. Boom! Han Xueji's body fell down from the city wall, his face pale white, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Dao Feng and the others and said with great difficulty, "Run, quick, quick, run." At this moment, on the hillside, Long Fei's eyes lit up, looking straight at the center of the immortal city. Wow, what a dazzling golden light! A super big boss! Chapter 734, Extremely Intrepid. Chapter 734, Extremely intrepid. With the loud noise just now, a burst of golden light burst out from the center of the immortal city. With a flash of golden light, he disappeared into the ground. Only the roars of dragons could be heard. The Azure Dragon ancestor became excited and said lightly, golden dragon, blood dragon, black dragon. The undying old devil also appeared. Black Dragon slowly opened his eyes, saying, "He should have appeared a long time ago. With him here, boss will be much safer." The Blood Dragon said, "Big brother Green Dragon, could it be that Ghost Dragon doesn't know the boss? If that's the case, it would be terrible." The Golden Dragon shouted, "If he dares to make a move on boss, I'll crush his chrysanthemum." Azure Dragon, Black Dragon, Blood Dragon. The three dragon gods were all speechless. Jean Long coughed and said, "Eighth brother said that. I didn't say it. 8 golden dragons and 8 brothers. OL 8. No matter what, Ghost Dragon definitely doesn't know the boss, and we can't help him either. The boss once said that if we find him, we can't help him too much before we find the open dragon domain." The Golden Dragon, the Blood Dragon, and the Black Dragon all nodded. Training required one to take one step at a time. If you walked too fast, you would discover that the more you lost, the more strength you would accumulate bit by bit. Naturally, Long Fei could not hear their conversation. Yen Huang ancestor was the same. However, the Azure Dragon ancestor had said before they discovered the dragon domain, they would definitely not help Long Fei, nor would they tell him anything about the Dragon Clan. Everything would depend on when Long Fei finds the dragon domain and recovers his peak Yuan Long strength. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. At the entrance of the Immortal City. "Run. Don't worry about me. Run." Han Xueji's face was pale, her chest was pierced, blood flowing out, and her body was definitely covered in black poison. All the meridians in her body were revealed, all of them turning purplish black. It wouldn't be long before she would have a heart attack, and then she would be dead for sure. The big size man carried Han Xueji and said, "Big sister, I won't leave you alone." Dao Feng looked at Han Xueji and said, "Didn't you say you have a way? Could it be that the undying lizard mutated and evolved?" Han Xueji said, "That isn't a lizard at all, it's a dragon, a real dragon, Ghost Dragon. I had originally planned to use this poison to kill him. However, I was too naive. He was not harmed in the slightest. Furthermore, he has evolved even faster. His body has already evolved into a dragon's scale." When Han Xueji thought about the scene just now, she couldn't help but shiver in fear. "We are not a match. Quickly go and notify the elders. The principal, the Undying City's quest level increase is at the SS grade, and I am worried that the Immortal City will soon be occupied and subdued by the giant demons. At that time, the power of the giant demons in the west will be even stronger." Han Xueji urged. Wang Qingshan's mission was to record the coordinates here and open the teleportation circle. They were doing all of this to expand their front lines, and all of this was in preparation for the upcoming war with the demons. Not just them. Right now, the majority of God Emperor Academy's missions are all to prepare for the upcoming war with the demon race. That's why we're cleaning up the city. However, the difficulty of the mission exceeded their expectations. This was a task that was absolutely impossible to complete. Rumble! Rumble! With 2 loud bangs, the undead creatures that was just evacuated came back and crashed into the city gate. Crack! The burly man on Jing Qingsong's forehead fell like rain, and said, "The array is about to break, I can't hold on much longer, want to retreat or die, hurry up and make your decision." Han Xueji immediately said, "Withdraw." Dao Feng looked at her and said, "Withdraw." Wang Qingshan clenched his fists tightly and said, "If we retreat, what will happen to this place? If the Immortal City is taken over by the demons, then the Western demons will use this place as a base and attack the God Emperor City at the center of the Immortal Domain. The Undying Mountain Range was a natural barrier. If they failed to guard this place, the God Emperor City would become extremely dangerous." Dao Feng said, "If we do not retreat, we will all die here. Let's retreat first, then call the elders to send some people over. With our current strength, there's no way we can deal with them." Rumble! Without waiting for Dao Feng to finish speaking, the array formation above the city gate suddenly shattered. Everyone's expression changed drastically. This is bad. It's over. It's over. At this time, Zhou Ling and Yang Luoshui had already run far away. Dao Feng, who was at the front, shouted loudly, "All of you, retreat!" The big-size man handed Han Shuji to another disciple and went up as well. "Take Big Sis and leave." F. The big man swung his hammer down with all his might and blocked the city gate with his huge body. He roared out loud, come on, all of you!" Han Shuji felt pain in his heart and shouted loudly, "Big guy!" Bang, bang, bang! The big guy blocked all the attacks by himself. His body quickly turned purplish-black and was covered by the death poison. However, he didn't fall down. The hammer in his hand crazily swept around. Behind them, Dao Feng brought the others and quickly left. When they retreated out of the city gate, the big guy had already been swallowed by the undead creatures. "Run!" The big man let out a last cry and his body slowly fell to the ground. It was also at this time. Long Fei quickly rushed down and looked at the black mist around the city gate's entrance. This is the undead creatures? Balls of refined gas? Damn! Others might see, but Long Fei was the owner of the system. He could clearly see the bloodlines in the purple-black mist. Long Fei! Run! Brat, why are you still standing there like a fool? Hurry up and run! Dao Feng anxiously shouted. Wang Qingshan's face turned anxious and roared. Long Fei acted as if he did not hear it, and just as he landed, he saw the big-size man fall. His heart trembled slightly, and he muttered, "I didn't think that this big-size man would be so loyal. Seems like the God Emperor Academy is not as I expected." Finished. Long Fei moved and shouted, soldiers, lead the way. Listen to my commands." Behind Long Fei, 1,000 of the ghost soldiers had already activated their power. Long Fei moved his finger, pointed at the city gate and said, "Kill!" And then, he also rushed in alone. Wang Qingshan was stunned. "Long Fei, don't go." Jing Qingsong's face was also filled with shock. "It's over, this time we're really dead." Dao Feng bellowed, "Who is this brat? Are you crazy?" However, in less than half a minute, Long Fei walked out of the city gate. Carrying the big-size man on his body, he walked out step by step. That scene was extremely valiant. Chapter 735, The Tempest of Dying. Chapter 735, The Tempest of Dying. What happened in the short span of half a minute? What happened was simple. Those undead creatures had been killed quite a number by Long Fei's shadow soldiers. As for him, he was also leveled up to the 9th stage of the spirit immortal realm, and his experience points was still increasing. If he wanted to break through the arrogant immortal state, he would need the 3-rate fairy vein. Otherwise, there was no way to break through. Seeing Long Fei carrying the big-size man out, everyone's face changed. The shock in his heart could not be described with words. The visual impact was too great. "What is this kid's name?" Dao Feng asked. Wang Qingshan said excitedly. "His name is Long Fei, Fighting Arena's 18 consecutive victories." "Ha ha ha!" Dao Feng laughed excitedly and said, "He's crazy enough. From now on, he is my brother. Holy Sword Troopers welcomes him at any time." Han Shuiji was even more direct as he said, "He's already my younger brother, blood younger brother. If anyone dares to touch him, this old lady will overturn his entire family." In the mission hall, she still wanted to take liberties with Long Fei, and the big-size man had even attacked Long Fei. She did not expect Long Fei to actually save the big-size man. His heart was filled with gratitude. Although it did not show on the surface, this kindness was firmly engraved in Han Shuiji's heart. Every member of God's fire troopers was like a family member of hers. Jing Qingsong laughed out loud. "Long Fei, you are truly powerful, to be able to save a person from a city that doesn't even exist. you are truly powerful." The crowd stepped forward to welcome him. Long Fei gently put the big-sized guy down and said, "I gave him the detoxification pill just now, so it shouldn't be a problem to keep his life. I'll hand him over to you now." As soon as he finished, his eyes were filled with shock as he asked, "What else do you want to do?" Long Fei looked in the direction of the Immortal City and said, "I have more important things to do." It wasn't easy for him to get out for a bit. If he didn't go berserk, would he be able to do it? If he encountered a boss, wouldn't he just kill him and sleep at night? "I can't sleep." Furthermore, from the moment Long Fei arrived at the Immortal Mountain Range, he had seen the ancient seal. He had to get it back. Han Xueji pulled Long Fei back and said, "Right now, you are my younger brother, you are not allowed to take any risks, it's too dangerous inside." "Huh!" Long Fei was startled. He looked at Han Xueji and asked, "When did I become your brother? How come I didn't know?" Han Xueji said, "Just now, that is not the point. The point is that you cannot go in, we must immediately go back and inform the elders." It was also at this time. Yan Huang Ancestor suddenly said, "A demon expert has appeared 1,000 kilometers away." Long Fei's face changed and immediately asked, "How much more time does he have to reach Immortal City?" Yan Huang Ancestor said, "I am not sure, but his speed is very fast. He should be rushing towards the undead creatures of the Immortal City. This could be a strategic location. I just observed that this is a pass. If this city is occupied by the demons, then it will be dangerous." Long Fei looked at Wang Qingshan and said, "Senior brother, isn't your mission to record coordinates and establish the primary teleportation formation? You guys build a transfer array here, I need to go into the city. The faster the better, the demon powerhouses will arrive." Finished. Long Fei did not stop and quickly rushed towards the Immortal City. Everyone was stunned again. Looking at Long Fei's departing figure, Dao Feng did not dawdle and immediately said, "We'll do as he says, an array master will help them build a primary teleportation formation. I'm going into the city." Wang Qingshan also said, "I'm going too." "All right," Dao Feng said cleanly. "The two of us will enter the city to rescue Long Fei. If we do not come out after you have finished setting up the teleportation array, you will leave immediately." Finished. The two of them rushed out as well. Although it wasn't the time for them to live or die yet, the consequences of losing here were extremely dire. For the immortal domain, for the God Emperor city, for the faith of the demon slayer, they put everything on the line. The was in danger. Every warrior had the duty to protect this continent. If a service disciple could do it, why couldn't they? In their hearts, Long Fei had become incomparably great. However, they didn't know that Long Fei entered the Immortal City to kill the boss, to level up, and to kill Holy Artifact. As for God's martial continent's consolation? Sorry, his awareness wasn't that high yet. Roar! A roar came from the sky above the Immortal City. The undead creatures that were killed in the city stood up once again. Long Fei became excited. "Wakaka, this is giving out another wave of experience, isn't it too great?" Yan Huang Ancestor reminded him. "That demon expert still has 800 kilometers. F***CK. In less than 2 minutes, he advanced 200 kilometers? So abnormal?" Long Fei cursed, "Seems like I have to finish the battle quickly." "Hell Core, push!" Long Fei moved and commanded. One of the war masters among the ghost soldiers directed the rhythm of the attack and quickly advanced. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing undead creatures for obtaining 20,000 experience, 300 power of celestial and 1 energy values. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing undead creatures for obtaining 20,000 experience, 300 power of celestial and 1 energy values. The system beep continued to attack. Long Fei was extremely excited. It's so good to have these ghost soldiers. Ancestor, How many immortal crystals do we need to train them in flying fairyland? If I had 1,000 flying fairyland soldiers, wouldn't I be able to fly? Ha ha ha! Long Fei was so excited that he did not want it any more. Yen Huang ancestor said, "Let me calculate for you. If you want to cultivate all of them to the highest level, it won't take much immortal crystals." Long Fei asked, "How much is how much you need?" The Yen Huang ancestor said, "There are so many of them." Long Fei's eyes darkened and said, "Your sister." The Yen Huang ancestor continued, "The mountain I was talking about just now was to train a soldier. Your 1,000 soldiers should be like a mountain range with a lot of immortal crystals." Rub. Long Fei immediately shriveled up and said, "Then you should go to the heavens. I won't go to the heavens." The Yen Huang ancestor continued to speak. "The ghost soldiers are strong, but it's not like their cultivation is without shackles. If they can keep breaking through, even if they meet true experts, these ghost soldiers will not be able to fight them. These ghost soldiers have a time limit. It's almost time." The Yen Huang ancestor slowly spoke. Long Fei was completely confused as he asked, "What do you mean when they say that time is almost up?" The Yen Huang ancestor said, "There is a time limit for them to come out. They can't just continue slaughtering without end, they must return to the Yellow Springs summoning seal to recuperate." Long Fei immediately asked, "Then why didn't Lang Qianli come back to recuperate?" "That's because you were in a hurry to send him back to the southern domain to check up on Long family. I left a trace of my power on him so he could endure. I didn't tell you about this matter because I'm afraid you'll be worried." At this moment, one by one, the ghost soldiers returned to the Yellow Springs summoning seal. More and more of the ghost soldiers disappeared. Long Fei had already fallen into the center of the lake, and his surroundings were undead creatures. Long Fei rolled his eyes and muttered, "Ancestor, your sister, you're playing the tempo of playing me to death. We're done for this time." Chapter 736, The Strong Boss, So Excited. Chapter 736. The strong boss, so excited the ghost soldiers returned to the death-calling God seal continuously, disappearing after entering the divine seal. They all sat cross-legged to cultivate and recover. They had run out of energy. The higher the cultivation level of the ghost soldiers, the longer they would last. It seems that no matter what, I still have to increase their cultivation. Immortal crystals. Long Fei muttered in his heart as he dropped the dragon salure in his hand and said faintly, "Now it's my turn to take action." One person dashed out with a saber strike. 5th level, Peerless. Berserk Slash. Long Fei rushed forward and killed the undead creatures beneath the bloodlines. He was extremely fast. However, the surrounding undead creatures lost their soldiers to fight against the crazy pouncing Xiang Long Fei, and became more and more concentrated, almost wrapping Long Fei completely. Yen Huang ancestor said, "These creatures are highly toxic." Long Fei smiled slightly and said, "I'm not afraid. Why would Golden Dragon Protector be afraid of poison?" Long Fei moved and asked, "Fair, how are your preparations?" Fair came out from the pearl. She had long hair and ears, and her body exuded an irresistible allure. The difference from the past was that she held a magic staff in her hand, and her body emitted a holy light, just like an angel. It made people feel respect. Fair giggled and said, "Master, I'm ready." Long Fei said, "Since you're ready, then blast it towards my death." "Understood, Master." As Fair fell, the magic staff in her hand moved slightly, and a strong power gushed out. She chanted an incantation, as if she was chanting before casting her magic. Next, the thunderclouds in the sky began rolling back and forth crazily. Fair's eyes blazed with anger as she said in a low voice, "Power of thunder, listen to my command and explode." The staff in his hand suddenly stretched out and pointed at the thundercloud in the sky. A burst of energy shot out, and after entering the thundercloud, an incomparably huge lightning bolt raged out. Crack. Rumble. Lightning-type damage was definitely the nemesis of dark creatures and undead creatures. The huge lightning strikes were like an explosion from a nuclear power plant, sweeping across the entire area. He had become stronger. Long Fei was shocked. Fei has become stronger. This staff has increased her strength too much. Not only that, ever since Fei had absorbed the power of lightning to become stronger, she had started to cultivate by herself. With the addition of the staff's power, her cultivation rapidly increased. Ding! 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 The system's notification sound exploded. This kind of rhythm was, "Hey!" Seeing that the experience bar was increasing, Long Fei shouted excitedly, "Kill them all!" Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing undead creatures for obtaining 20,000 experience, 300 power of celestial and 1 energy values. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining rare and undead veins. While the system beep was constantly thinking about her colleagues, Long Fei continued to advance. Everywhere he went there was nothing to stop him, as they were all crushed by the lightning. Yen Huang Ancestor reminded him, that demon expert is still 500 kilometers away. Rub. So fast. Long Fei muttered. His idea moved and said, "Fair, go faster." Fair giggled and said, "Understood, master." The power in the lightning field raged even more wildly, completely opening a path for Long Fei. Half a minute later, Long Fei's experience points had directly risen to 100% and was unable to level up, because he had not fused with the 3-rate fairy vein. At this time, Long Fei came to the place where the golden light had shone. It was a huge plaza, and in the middle of the plaza there was a huge pit. It was like a crater in the ground. After entering the plaza, the undead creatures seemed to not dare to approach, and were all standing outside the plaza. Long Fei walked to the edge of the hole and shouted with a sinking voice, "Come out! Rumble! Rumble!" With a loud sound, the ground started to move. The entire ground was filled with purplish-black fog, and the air was filled with a strong sense of death. Long Fei thought in his heart, "What kind of guy is down there?" Suddenly, the golden light in the hole was dazzling, and a strong aura gushed out like a torrential storm. Long Fei quickly retreated, his expression changing. "Such a strong boss, it makes me so excited." The stronger the boss was, the more excited Long Fei became. Roar! With an angry roar, a huge dragon head rushed out. It was incomparably ferocious, and its body was covered in purplish-black dragon scales. Unlike the azure dragon, golden dragon, and blood dragon, this fellow's pupils were black and extremely savage. Long Fei was dumbstruck. He had seen dragons, ice and fire alike, and had also seen black dragon. However, every time he had seen one, it had caused great shock to his heart. Because the dragon was too strong. Immediately, Long Fei moved and asked, "Azure Dragon, is this fellow also my little brother?" The first thing he did was to ask, because he was worried that Long Fei might have killed the wrong person. "Don't kill your own little brother when the time comes, that would be bad." The Azure Dragon Ancestor didn't reply. Long Fei said in disdain, "Is it true or not? Rub. You won't tell me, right? If you don't want to say it, then do it." Long Fei did not care about all that. Looking at the golden light on Undying Ghost Dragon's body, he could not help but want to kill him right now. Still no one answered. Long Fei was no longer polite. "Since you guys are not saying anything, then I will start now." Long Fei was also slightly angry in his heart. Not telling him anything. What was this called? Do they still regard him as their boss? Do they even have him as their boss in their eyes? How infuriating. Roar! Undying Ghost Dragon let out a roar, stared at Long Fei with 2 black eyes and said, "Puny human, you dare to invade my territory? Die!" Boom! Boom! As soon as he said that, the purplish-black fog instantly turned into ferocious undead creatures that pounced towards Long Fei. Capture the thief first and then capture the king. Since these things are all summoned by you, I'll kill you first. Long Fei's heart stirred, and the dragon salure in his hands sank. Moonlit step, soar into the sky. Whoosh! With one step into the air, he grabbed the dragon salure and fiercely slashed down. Long Fei was baffled. There was not even a hint of the dark dragon god's blade aura. It was like an ordinary blade, not even comparable to an ordinary blade. The saber slashed down. Before the blade even landed, Undying Ghost Dragon's body trembled, and a strong pressure pressed down. Bam! The power of the Golden Dragon Protector also disappeared. Long Fei fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his heart burning with anger. You want to play with me? Sure. Then I won't use your strength. Anger was burning. Long Fei was really angry. Chapter 737, Fight. Chapter 737, Fight. The Azure Dragon did not speak. The Black Dragon would not help. Even the protective Golden Dragon had gone silent, allowing Undying Ghost Dragon's aura to crush it. One must know that Long Fei hated power that could crush one's realms the most. His heart was filled with rage. When he was angry, the Blood Dragon asked, Big Brother Azure Dragon, wouldn't it be too cruel for us to do this? The Golden Dragon followed. That's right, Ghost Dragon is being held by the seal. He doesn't even know who our boss is. If we don't help, can our boss really help us with the seal? The Black Dragon said, The boss has chosen his own path. We just need to listen to him. The Azure Dragon Ancestor said, It doesn't matter whether boss hates us or hates us. As long as he can become stronger, if he can awaken his own power, even if he hates me, I don't care. Boundless love? The Azure Dragon Ancestor's actions were all for Long Fei. There were many things he had to face alone. The more they relied on to obstruct Long Fei's advance, the more they had to wait. They were waiting for the moment Long Fei found the Dragon Domain and the Dragon Race. Ah! Long Fei roared in his heart. With one hand, the Dragon Salure carried the Devil's Sword in the other. Shaking the heavens. Come out! Boom, boom, boom. 3 heaven-shaking ranks jumped out of Long Fei's space ring. Long Fei poured some energy into them, and they woke up. The 3 steel monster were just puppets that were not afraid of any death poison. Make way for me! Long Fei shouted as he gripped the Devil's Sword in his hand. The Devil's Sword was flowing with a magma-like radiance, and with every step Long Fei took, the armor on his body exploded forth. The 3 of them crazily attacked with their might that shook the skies. Long Fei followed closely behind. Undying Ghost Dragon's eyes carried a look of contempt and contempt. In front of him, his incomparably huge might that shook the skies was as minuscule as an ant's, something that's like an ant. You dare to be impudent in front of me? Get down! Ghost Dragon was furious. He moved his dragon claw, and a huge claw print came crashing down from the sky. Long Fei raised his eyes, and the Devil's Sword in his hand released a blazing sword chi, infinite sword. Buzz! When the sword intent burned, Long Fei suddenly sped up. He did not care about the attack of the dragon claw, but rushed to the side of the Undying Ghost Dragon. Shwa! A sword swept out, cutting through everything. This time, Long Fei ruthlessly slashed onto Undying Ghost Dragon's body. A scarlet number floated up above Ghost Dragon's head, 290. F***CK. Long Fei cursed in his heart. This damage was too low, so low that it was negligible. Undying Ghost Dragon was also instantly enraged, and swept out his other dragon claw. Bam! It heavily swept onto Long Fei's chest, and sent him flying 100 meters away, as he heavily fell onto the ground. Pfft! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Long Fei's face paled, and his mind became even calmer. This won't do, this guy definitely has a weakness, definitely has a weakness. With just my current strength, I'm not his opponent. The injury from just now caused Long Fei to have no choice but to calm down and think. It was impossible to kill him without finding his hood door. Han Xueji's cultivation was much higher than his, it was impossible even for her, and it was even more impossible for her to talk about Long Fei. As Long Fei was pondering, Undying Ghost Dragon mocked, "Poor human, what's wrong? Come again, didn't you want to kill me? Come again. A lowly creature like you wants to kill me? You overestimate yourself." He was being mocked. Long Fei crawled up from the ground and said, "Don't be too pleased with yourself, I'll definitely kill you today." Undying Ghost Dragon laughed and said, Come up and kill me. You don't dare to come up? Ha ha. You truly are a pitiful bug. The feeling of being crushed by me, huh? Long Fei clenched his fists tightly. He had been ridiculed by a demon beast to this extent. At this moment, Wang Qingshan and Dao Feng descended and blocked Long Fei on their left and right, and said, "This guy is too strong, we are not his match at all. Long Fei, listen to my advice, let's leave." The two of them were extremely anxious. The Undying Ghost Dragon was not someone they could handle with their cultivation. Yan Huang Ancestor reminded him, that demon expert still has 300 kilometers. If they didn't kill Ghost Dragon, if he joined the demon camp, the consequences would be disastrous. Scared. Ha ha. Humans are the lowliest beings in the world, they are all pitiful worms, ha ha. Undying Ghost Dragon laughed loudly. At the same time, he grabbed Wei Zhentian and used a lot of strength in his claws. He directly crushed Wei Zhentian into pieces, and the steel on his body fell to the ground. Something as insignificant as an ant, ha ha. Very wild. It was incomparably savage. Fuck you. Long Fei burst out in rage. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Anger soared. Long Fei was extremely unhappy. His steps sank as he said to Dao Feng and Wang Qingshan, "Senior brother, open up a path for me." Dao Feng held on to Long Fei tightly and asked, "Are you crazy? Do not be provoked by him. The more angry you are, the more you will fall into his trap." Wang Qingshan also said, "Long Fei, let's go back first and think of a way to get back. Don't be rash." Long Fei said, "The demon powerhouses have already arrived. If we don't kill him today, he will be accepted into the demon side's camp. If he falls here, you all should know the consequences even better than I do." Dao Feng's eyes shook. Wang Qingshan also stopped. They all knew why they were here. In order to set up a teleportation formation here, he needed to provide support and protect this place at the first possible moment. If they failed to guard this place, the entire immortal domain would be in danger. Dao Feng glanced at Wang Qingshan, his gaze focused as he asked Long Fei, "Do you have a way?" Long Fei shook his head. "Not yet." Wang Qingshan's eyes darkened. Long Fei continued, "I need to get close to him in order to find his weakness." Dao Feng yelled, "All right, I'll accompany you in your madness today." Wang Qingshan also nodded heavily and said, "Long Fei, it's nice to meet you, happy to fight alongside you. Kill." As soon as he finished, Wang Qingshan was the first to rush out, the sword in his hand pierced out like lightning, the sword flowers forced all the undead creatures to retreat. Dao Feng followed closely behind and started to laugh maniacally. "Ha ha ha! Come on!" Long Fei followed behind them, his mind constantly pondering, "Weakness, weakness, where is the weakness? There must be a weakness. Where? Where is it?" Wang Qingshan and Dao Feng were using their lives to pave the way for him, they might very well die. If they couldn't kill Ghost Dragon, how could they face them? Undying Ghost Dragon laughed out loud in disdain. "At the beginning, you still have the chance to escape, but now, all of you have to die for me, ha ha. Chapter 738. Explode for me. Chapter 738. Explode for me. The dragon claw moved. Streams of dragon claws that were incomparably powerful came crushing down from the sky. The aura of the undying ghost dragon, carried along with it the might of a dragon, also came crushing down. Sky Blade 10,000 arts. Dao Feng held onto a curved blade. It was extremely illusory, crazily slashing out with the chi of the blade that was like half a month's time. He roared loudly, "Come!" The long sword in Wang Qingshan's hand, lightning sword flower, also continued to attack midair. They were crushing the pressure of Ghost Dragon, who was never going to die. As they got closer and closer to Ghost Dragon, Wang Qingshan and Dao Feng's faces became pale. They were able to withstand most of Ghost Dragon's attacks. They could not take it anymore. Long Fei's heart was moved. Should I release the giant demons? This was his final trump card. If he were to release this giant demon, the consequences would be disastrous. Then he would be hunted by all the rankers in Immortal Domain. Phew, Long Fei panted heavily as he thought in his heart. Right now, it is not the time for it to be a last resort. If it was a life or death situation, Long Fei would not hesitate. So what if he was being hunted by the entire world? Others saw him as a brother, giving his life to buy time for him, but he couldn't just let Wang Qingshan die in vain. Long Fei would never take his brother's life as a joke. Ah! Long Fei roared. His heart exploded and the life and death sword intent ignited once again. Undying Ghost Dragon, right? I will see just how hard you are. He slashed out with his sword. Wang Qingshan and Dao Feng coordinated with Long Fei at the same time, releasing their strongest power, and cut a path for Long Fei amidst the crushing wall that did not kill him. Long Fei, do your best. Brother, you must kill him. Long Fei broke through Undying Ghost Dragon's pressure, and leaped up to the air to look at the extremely ferocious dragon head, then looked down at Undying Ghost Dragon's body from above. Suddenly, Long Fei's mind suddenly flashed with inspiration. He became extremely excited. I got it. I got it. Ha ha ha. Immediately, Long Fei retracted his devil sword and roared in his heart, 10 times gravity. Boom! Long Fei plummeted from the sky and heavily crashed into the hole. Wang Qingshan and Dao Feng were dumbfounded. They did not know what Long Fei wanted to do, and thought that Long Fei had been crushed by the Undying Ghost Dragon's pressure. It's over. Long Fei is finished. Wang Qingshan's eyes were cold and lifeless. Dao Feng clenched his fists tightly and said, "No matter what, for the sake of the Immortal Domain, for the sake of the God Emperor Academy, kill." He did not give up. Wang Qingshan was also instantly alert and said, "Kill!" Betting on everything. The two of them did not run away. They could not run away either. Since that was the case, they might as well fight to the death. Long Fei, who had fallen into the hole, stood in front of a gigantic array seal, revealed a crazed smile, and said, "Undying Ghost Dragon, this should be your weakness, right?" Ha ha ha! Seal formation. A seal formation that was like the Blood Dragon ancestor. In the middle of the formation was half of Ghost Dragon's body. He couldn't leave the Immortal City, and he couldn't use the breaking through the seal, otherwise, when Long Fei was sent flying, he would instantly kill him. Because the distance was not enough. His body was being suppressed. And because of this, Long Fei thought that his body would be suppressed by some kind of power underground, which was why his range of attack was limited. Looking at the incomparably huge and thick dragon body on the array, Long Fei's lips curled up. The demon's sword in his hand moved. Long Fei's body spun, slashing horizontally, waist slash. Crack! Dragon scales splattered everywhere and blood flowed wildly. The closer they got to the seal, the weaker the Undying Ghost Dragon's defense became. A 5-figure damage figure floated up from the Undying Ghost Dragon's head. Whoa! The Undying Ghost Dragon screamed in anger, "Despicable human! I'm going to kill you!" At this moment, Wang Qingshan was enlightened. Long Fei is not dead yet, he is down there. Dao Feng also immediately said, "Hold him, don't let him get down." The two of them immediately rushed forward. Long Fei laughed, "Kill me? Then come at me." The devil sword in his hand slashed out horizontally once again, and then hacked out crazily. Gravity sword. Crack. Solitary 9 swords, combine 9 swords and cut into one. 120,332, 922314. For a moment, Ghost Dragon's blood flowed like a river and gushed out like a spring. His body was already cut in half, and one could see the dragon bone. Yen Huang Ancestor frowned. The demon powerhouses have already arrived outside of the immortal city. Long Fei muttered. The one who is stealing the boss is here? Rub. Whoever dares to fight with Laozi, Laozi will fight with him. The power in Long Fei's arms moved, and he roared out solemnly, "Killing God Chop." Boom! The devil sword combusted crazily as the power of God slaying surged into the demon's sword. Long Fei used all his strength to slash horizontally. He absolutely could not give demon powerhouses any chance. He did not appear to snatch the boss from Long Fei. He was here to save the boss. This way, he couldn't afford to give him a chance. Mocking me? Blast it for me. Rumble. Long Fei slashed horizontally, directly cutting apart the remaining half of Undying Ghost Dragon's body. It was also at this time that Long Fei shouted towards the outside of the deep pit, "The tree has fallen." The Undying Ghost Dragon let out a scream and roared crazily. Its gigantic body fell down, like a huge mountain had collapsed. At the same time, the scales on his body fell off one by one. His body was also wildly tearing apart. Very strange. Long Fei said in his heart, "Azure Dragon, this is what happens when you don't tell me. If you kill wrongly, all of this would be your fault." Long Fei did not cower. There were things he had to say. It didn't matter if the Azure Dragon was doing it for his own good or for some other reason. If he really was a Yuan Long, the leader of the dragon race, and the one who killed his own brother, he definitely wouldn't forgive the Green Dragon. Absolutely not. Long Fei hated evil. The Azure Dragon did not speak. The Blood Dragon then said excitedly, "Boss, you are wrong about Big Brother Azure Dragon. You will soon know what's going on. This seal is the same as the one that suppressed me. You also know how to undo the seal." The Azure Dragon ancestor did not speak. He was not afraid of Long Fei misunderstanding. As Long Fei could become stronger, even if he had to die, he would not hesitate at all. Because Long Fei was the leader of the dragon race, the last hope of the dragon race. The tribulation that would occur once every 3 million years was about to approach. Long Fei had to become stronger as soon as possible, otherwise, he would not be able to withstand this tribulation. The Azure Dragon ancestor thought to himself, "Boss, you have to become even more powerful." Long Fei did not speak. Instead, he closed his eyes and felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Explode. The system sounded out and Long Fei immediately shouted, "Release your striking energy value." Ding! Chapter 739 Big Day Tashigata. Chapter 739 Big Day Tashigata. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Undying Ghost Dragon, for obtaining 100,000 experience, 30,000 power of celestial and 1 energy values. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Immortal Foundation. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Undying Blood Vein. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Immortal Armor. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Immortal Vine Heart. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 1 Immortal Crystal, 109 Fairy Stones. The system beep continued to ring. Black Dragon Ancestor didn't help much just now, so don't use the words of the Undying Blood Vein. Before Long Fei could finish speaking, a system notification sound came up. Ding! The undying blood vein was devoured by the dragon Salyer. Long Fei. Ding! The immortal armor has been broken down and consumed. The immortal crystals have been devoured. In a short moment, only a few items remained from Long Fei's explosion. Long Fei said bitterly, "I, your father, am going to explode for you all with a single berserk?" The Yan Huang ancestor imitated Jing Qingsong's words. "Harmony, harmony, what we want is harmony." Long Fei said, "Harmonize your sister, just let me do the same." Yan Huang ancestor chewed on the immortal armor and said, "This is not bad, the energy is huge and it suits my taste very well. Boy, I have already swallowed one immortal crystal, you are one step closer to becoming a mountain immortal crystal. Don't worry, I will definitely train my ghost soldiers to the best of my abilities." Long Fei said, "Don't use that as an excuse, I really regret letting you train me." So many things had been eaten by the ancestor. It only got worse. There was no way for him to survive at all. Yan Huang ancestor laughed out loud and said, "Harmonious, harmonious. It's not like I'm going to eat your food for nothing." Huff! Long Fei let out a long sigh and muttered to himself, "Once I get on this ship, there's really no other way. If there's a way, I'll definitely get you out of my body." And then, immortal vine heart? What's this? Long Fei checked the system, but there was no description at all. Yan Huang ancestor laughed excitedly. "This is an item for the dragon Salyer to level up, the Snowman King's heart and the Undying Vine's heart, adding the Snowman King's blood vein and the immortal blood vein. The dragon Salyer still lack one thing when it reaches the 4th level. With this, it can be raised to the 4th level, and at that time the strength of the dragon Salyer will become even stronger." "Heh, brat, I can help you, right?" Long Fei disdainfully replied, "Alright, you've won, okay?" Then, Long Fei continued to look at the other item on the space ring, Immortal Foundation. Item, Immortal Foundation Grade, 3rd rank description. This Immortal Foundation possesses a strong immortal energy. It can convert one's energy into the immortal energy, and can fuse with the power of any immortal foundation. Ding! Do you wish to fuse them? Long Fei did not hesitate and said, "Fusion." What he needed now was 3-rate fairy vein. Ding! Immortal Foundation fusion successful. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, Level 1 Berserk Immortal. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for receiving the reward of the upgrade gift pack. Would you like to check it? In his mind, the gray and white gift box became colored and started to shine with a gold light. Long Fei clicked on it and thought, "What's the reward?" Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Big Day Tashigata. Do you wish to cultivate it? As soon as the system announcement rang out, Long Fei wiped it off stupidly. He was stunned and could not hear it clearly. What is it? After reading the system notification carefully, he was still in a daze. He felt so blessed that he could not react in time. Big Sun. Big Day Tashigata? Oh my god! This is about to expand. Long Fei was really shocked. System, damn you, do you have to be so nice to me? If you do that, I will swell. It's really killing me. And then, Long Fei was afraid that the system would make a mistake and take the Big Day Tashigata back. He immediately moved his idea and said, "Cultivate." Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 100 experience points for cultivating the Big Day Tashigata. The power of Celestial has 100 points and the reward is a special 100 points. Skill Path, Big Day Tashigata Grade, Buddhist Description. The Buddhist Bible possesses unparalleled power. Description 2. The higher the level, the stronger the power. Description 3. This cultivation technique can bring you into the Buddha world once you train to the peak realm. The description of the 3 great achievements. In the last description, Long Fei was stunned again. Enter the Buddhist realm? The world of the Tathagata? Wah ka ka. Good stuff. Had never thought that he would be rewarded with such a great treasure. Thinking about the movies from his previous life and the scenes on TV, this big day Tathagata was simply invincible. At this moment, Wang Qingshan stood at the edge of the hole and shouted towards the hole, "Long Fei!" Hearing the voice, Long Fei quickly recovered and said, "I'm fine. Wait outside for a while, I'll be right out." The matter of there being a huge seal was something that must not be known by outsiders. This was related to the secrets of the dragon domain. They absolutely could not let anyone know. Even the closest of brothers would be the same. And then, Long Fei calmed down from the happiness of the big day Tathagata and condensed a drop of blood essence from his finger. He said lightly, "Come out." The blood essence dripped onto the seal. A terrifying halo of light exploded from the seal. Next, a halo of light radiated from the formation as it burst forth. The power within the formation began to struggle rapidly, and finally, a dragon's roar came from the void. Rumble! 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 A huge dragon rushed out of the formation. The real undying ghost dragon let out an excited dragon's roar. "It's been almost 6 million years, and I've finally come out. So stifling." At this moment, Ghost Dragon moved and landed in front of Long Fei. His eyes were full of respect, and he said respectfully, "Greetings, boss." As expected, Long Fei was secretly shocked. "You are also a member of the dragon race?" Ghost Dragon was startled and said, "Boss, you don't recognize me. Am I Ghost Dragon? Am I the messenger of the dragon race? It was you who brought me, the seal, here to await your return 6 million years ago." Long Fei thought in his heart, "Did I put his seal here 6 million years ago?" Long Fei changed the topic and said, "My spiritual sense has not been fully awakened yet, there are a lot of things." He wanted to ask, but the Azure Dragon ancestor would definitely stop him. Long Fei was too lazy to continue asking, and said, "Forget it, the Azure Dragon will explain everything to you. You should return as well." Long Fei gave the order. Ghost Dragon was shocked. "Is Big Brother Qing Long here as well?" "Ha ha!" Immediately, as soon as Ancestor Ghost Dragon entered Long Fei's body, he laughed bitterly, "You can all play mahjong in my body now." At this moment, Yan Huang Ancestor suddenly said, "That demon expert has arrived. What do you want your grandfather to do? What do you want your grandfather to do?" Long Fei tensed up. "Demon expert?" Immediately, Long Fei thought about the sword technique and Wang Qingshan, who were standing outside the cave, and thought to himself, "Crap! Bam! Bam!" Wang Qingshan and Dao Feng were blasted away in a single move. A middle-aged man dressed in bloody clothes, with scarlet pupils, stood in the air and coldly looked at Dao Feng and the others. "Are you all going to fight with me as well? You don't even have the right to die by my hand." He looked deep into the cave and saw that there was no longer any signs of death in the entire immortal city. His heart tightened. Has Undying Ghost Dragon already been killed? Killed by these two? The man sized up Wang Qingshan and his blade and said faintly, "It's impossible for them to kill Ghost Dragon with their power." Dao Feng stood up with much difficulty and shouted, "If we don't kill Ghost Dragon now, we will kill him." They could not let the demon experts discover Long Fei. Dao Feng said this to protect Long Fei. Wang Qingshan immediately said, "You should leave this place quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." "Humph!" The demon expert snorted coldly and said, "You think you can kill Ghost Dragon? Even the Blood Immortal Peak Realm experts will not be a match for the Undying Ghost Dragon." As soon as his voice fell, Dao Feng and Wang Qingshan's hearts thumped for a moment, as they inwardly trembled. Even peak stage blood immortal experts weren't a match? Then how did Long Fei not kill Ghost Dragon? They couldn't even injure Ghost Dragon, so Ghost Dragon's death must have been done by Long Fei. What exactly did he do? Just how strong was he? The shock they felt in their hearts was indescribable. However, Dao Feng was very tough and said, "Ghost Dragon is dead, and we are here. It is not us who killed him, but you." Wang Qingshan also laughed. "The immortal domain is much stronger than what you demons imagine. Killing a ghost dragon without dying is simply not a problem." The demon expert sneered and said, "Since that's the case, let's see how strong you are, and what abilities you have to kill Ghost Dragon." As soon as he finished, the demonic shadow move, Dao Feng's pupils tightened. Before he could react, the demon expert had already landed beside him. With a move of his blood palm, he blasted it outward. Fresh blood gushed out wildly, and the clothes on his back was torn apart by a burst of energy. His whole body was hanging from the hands of the demon powerhouses. The demon expert sneered, "Is this the power you have to kill the undying ghost dragon? He can't even withstand a single blow." The sword in Wang Qingshan's hand moved, as fast as lightning. The corner of the demon expert's eyes turned cold as he disdainfully said, "The speed at which you pull out the sword is not bad. You should be a disciple of the great sword master, Aoya, right? However, the sword moves are too weak. He's too weak, this kind of strength can't even kill a chicken." While speaking, his hand shot out like a snake, grabbing the longsword and twisting it fiercely. Crack! The longsword shattered. The demon expert sneered, "I'll let you see my sword intent." Buzz! The broken sword flew up into the air. The powerful sword intent exploded outwards, penetrating Wang Qingshan's chest, which revealed a gigantic hole of blood. His entire body was sent flying by the powerful impact. The demon expert said with even more disdain, "Is this the power you use to kill the undying ghost dragon? So weak." With a single move, he was instantly defeated. Their battle strength was on a completely different level. There was no way to compare them. Dao Feng held on tightly. "We were the ones who killed them, what about it?" The demon expert looked coldly at Dao Feng and said slightly, "I already said, you don't even have the qualifications to die at my hands, understand? Speak. Where did that expert go?" There had to be experts. Moreover, he deduced that the rank of the expert was at least golden immortal rank and that he might be severely injured. If he was able to kill a golden immortal ranker, then his trip would not have been in vain. Dao Feng now hoped that Long Fei would not come out and earn some time for him, and said, "Ha ha ha. You found out that expert is going to come soon, and he's going to take your dog life. Want me to tell you where he is? Dream on." The demon expert's eyes turned sinister. "Really?" Dao Feng laughed. "Even if I am beaten to death, I won't say anything." The eyes of the demon expert became exceptionally cold, and said, "There are truly people who aren't afraid of death in this world. God Emperor Academy seems to be truly not simple. However, today I want to see how unafraid you are of death." The demon expert's finger moved. His finger turned into a sword and instantly pierced into Dao Feng's chest. Fresh blood spurted out, and the demon expert laughed coldly, asking, "Is it painful?" The wound wasn't just pain. There was still a powerful force rushing into his body. That feeling was too unbearable. Dao Feng's entire body was trembling. It was so painful that his entire body was covered in cold sweat, but he was still as arrogant as before. "This is great, can you let me feel a little better?" "Ha ha. Giggle." The demon powerhouse raised his brows. "Let me see how long you can persevere for." Wang Qingshan shouted from afar, "Long Fei, run!" "Ah!" He charged forward once more. Since Long Fei could not kill Ghost Dragon, it showed that his strength was much stronger than his and Dao Feng's. Since Long Fei was much more useful than them, Long Fei should live on. At this moment, outside the city, Han Xueji saw the death aura disappear, and they rushed into the city. Seeing Dao Feng and Wang Qingshan both heavily injured, Han Xueji immediately shouted, "Attack together!" Jing Qingsong was the first to rush forward. The other disciples also rushed forward. However, Dao Feng shouted loudly, "Run, run, you are not his match." Han Xueji said desperately, "I have never run away before." The corner of the demon powerhouse's mouth turned cold, and his aura surged out. "A bunch of ants, how dare they be so impudent in front of me?" Boom, boom, boom. His aura formed an imposing aura, and before Jing Qingsong could get close, he was instantly crushed to the ground, unable to move. Han Xueji had a pair of gloves on her hands, and it clashed with the chi of a demon rancor for a few punches, but her cultivation was not even close to Dao Feng's. Adding the injuries on her body, she was barely able to hold on for half a second, and was also crushed to the ground. God Emperor Academy? Ha ha ha! Just like pigs and dogs, do you think that trash like you can stop the rise of my demon race? Are you trying to get some demon slayer to snipe our devil ancestor? This is simply a joke. Ha ha ha! The demon powerhouses laughed out loud. Han Xueji looked at Dao Feng and asked, "Senior brother, what exactly happened? Who is he? Where's Long Fei?" Dao Feng's gaze tensed up, signaling for Han Xueji to stop asking questions. The demon expert laughed coldly and said, "Seems like one of you haven't appeared yet. Where is this person called Long Fei? He should be the one who killed Ghost Dragon, right?" The chi of the demon expert moved, and after that, he sneered, "Long Fei, you bastard, come out right now." It was at this moment. An illusory figure shot out from the deep pit. A figure landed and solemnly said, "Why are you calling for your grandfather?" 741 3 moves. 741 3 moves. Long Fei rushed out. Seeing that Wang Qingshan was heavily injured, that Dao Feng was heavily injured, and that the other disciples were all smashed to the ground by the powerful pressure, Long Fei was instantly enraged. "Poochie! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha!" The demon powerhouses wildly laughed. "You?" His laughter was filled with contempt, as though he had heard a hilarious joke. Indeed, in his eyes, Long Fei was just a joke. Because of Long Fei's level, the demon experts couldn't help but mock him. You, a level 1 berserk immortal scum, can actually kill Ghost Dragon? God Emperor Academy has specially groomed such a braggart? Level 1 berserk immortal? Hearing the words of the demon powerhouses, everyone was shocked. Isn't Long Fei a spiritual level 6? How did he break through to the first level of the crazy immortal realm? Can he fly? The cultivation of the demon experts were much higher than any of them. He could not be mistaken. Long Fei was definitely at the first stage of the wild immortal realm, and in less than a day, he had already reached the first stage of the wild immortal realm. Let alone a genius, even Heavenly Hall of Immortals back then could not do such a thing. Han Xueji looked at Dao Feng and said, "Didn't the three of you work together to kill the undying ghost dragon?" Dao Feng shook his head. "It wasn't us, it was Long Fei who killed him." Wang Qingshan looked at the Long Fei in the distance and said, "Long Fei, this is none of your business." When the demon expert saw their expressions, his smile faded and his eyes turned sinister. He stared at Long Fei and said, "First stage of the wild immortal realm killing Ghost Dragon?" It wasn't that he didn't believe it. It was something impossible. However, the demon powerhouses felt the fearless aura coming from Long Fei's body, and their instincts told them, this brat is not simple. Moreover, although Long Fei was only at the first stage of the raging immortal stage, he was stronger than Dao Feng and the others combined to pressure him. Could he be the God Emperor Academy's demon slayer, a peerless genius? The demon expert's heart trembled. He looked at Long Fei and asked, "Did you kill the undying ghost dragon?" Long Fei slowly walked over, looked at the demon expert and asked, "Do you want to try?" He wasn't afraid in the slightest. However, The Yen Huang ancestor reminded Long Fei again and again, "You are not his opponent, so don't go crazy recklessly." The demon powerhouse's face was full of contempt and said with a sneer, "Try? How do you want to try?" Long Fei said, "It's simple, take 3 of my moves. If you can take it, I'll spare your life." Dao Feng, Wang Qingshan, Han Xueji, everyone looked at Long Fei. They were all wondering if what they said was the opposite. Was it Long Fei who had received 3 moves from the demon experts and then released them? The demon powerhouses coldly laughed. "Brat, arrogance requires strength. If you don't have strength, you are courting death." Long Fei said, "Don't be blind, I'm just asking if you dare? If you don't dare, then scram to the side and return to your western sky demon race. Don't let me see you again, or else I'll beat you up every time I see you." Arrogant? If that's the case, then you have to be unbearably arrogant. The demon expert threw Dao Feng away and stared at him. "All right, then I'll take 3 of your moves, let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve." As soon as he finished, Long Fei's footsteps moved and he roared out in his heart, "Black Dragon, can I borrow some strength now?" Roar! A dragon's roar and a roar. Long Fei's right hand grabbed onto the dragon salyer and moved. First move. Dark Dragon God Slash. His heart exploded with excitement. He's unparalleled at level 5. The attribute strength of 32 burst forth. The power of metal dragons, open. Roar. The illusory image of the dark dragon god roared out, and a powerful energy enveloped the body of the dragon salyer, causing the surface of the dragon salyer to burn frantically. Long Fei moved as though he was flying, locking onto the demon expert and slashing down with his blade. "Catch it for me!" Too arrogant. The strength of this slash was too crazy. Dao Feng looked at the dragon spirit shadow crashing down from the sky, and was shocked to the point of being a complete mess as he said, "This brat. Isn't it too strong?" Wang Qingshan said. "In the arena, he had actually been hiding his strength, if not I would not even be able to take half a move right." Long Fei's strength increased. The reason was simple. He had leveled up, consecutively leveled up 4 levels. Without leveling up a level, his strength would become stronger, and the strength of the Dark Dragon God would also increase. Then again, he had fused with the Immortal Foundation's power. This kind of immortal energy was able to make his power even more unbridled and fearless. The demon expert raised his eyes slightly and thought to himself, "This is definitely not a power that the arrogant immortal state can produce. However, it's still too weak." The demon powerhouse didn't go to defend, but moved his 2 fists, Devil Explosion Fist. The 2 fists continued to strike at the void. Bang bang bang. Each fist was stronger than the last. Long Fei's Dark Dragon God Chop was shattered into pieces before it could even land on the ground. Yen Huang ancestor said, "The difference in realm is too great." Long Fei's body shot out, exploding backwards. His vital energy and blood tumbled below his chest, making him feel incomparable discomfort. He roared in his heart once again. The second move. Killing God Chop. Schwa. This time, the power was completely different. When the power of the killing thought erupted, Long Fei swung his blade down on the demon expert again. Compared to the previous slash, this slash was even more brutal. Moreover, the power became even more ferocious. Han Xueji started to tremble. "I'm about to fall in love with him." Dao Feng was also incomparably excited. "Incredible, this is incredible, this brat. I'm going to fall in love with him too." Han Xueji disdainfully said, "Dao Feng, what is a stinky man like you fighting with me for a man for?" Wang Qingshan said, "Can you all not speak?" The expression of the demon expert also changed. To be able to release even more power, this child's talent is definitely not simple. Could it be that he possesses some kind of supreme blood veins power? Facing the incomparably powerful killing God Chop, he did not dare let his guard down. The demonic shadow covered the sky. His strength exploded out, directly raising him to 80%. With a swing, a long blade appeared in his hand. Slash! Kacha, kacha, kacha! The sky exploded. The two forces seemed to be on the verge of splitting apart, clashing against each other. There was no light on the ground. It was as if 100,000 magical beasts were roaring in the sky. Whoosh! Bang, bang, bang! Long Fei was forced back by several hundred meters. Every step he took, there was a deep footprint beneath his feet that smashed into a stone pillar. The blood energy below his chest churned, and he was no longer able to endure it any longer as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The demon powerhouses stood in the air, motionless. On the surface, he seemed to be fine, but the shock in his heart was incomparable. He's too strong. If he were to grow up, it would definitely be a hidden danger for the demons. We can't let this child live. Long Fei steadied himself and wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. He rushed forward once again and unleashed 3 moves consecutively. He said coldly, "There is still one more move. The third move. Big Day Tashigata." Chapter 742, Don't Fight With Me for a Man. Chapter 742, Don't Fight With Me for a Man. The idea move. Once the skill was released, the power of Celestial in Long Fei's body was immediately emptied. At the same time, all of the power in his body shot up into the sky. The sky split open, and the thunderclouds in the sky were shattered by a golden palm print. Boom! 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 The sound of wind breaking exploded like thunder. Long Fei deeply roared, "Take my third move!" Shwa! A golden palm imprint struck down, bringing with it endless power of the Holy Buddha. Dao Feng looked up into the sky. There's such a palm technique? I have never seen a palm technique that falls from the sky. Wang Qingshan also had a face full of shock. Long Fei, just who is he? He has shocked me time and time again, and I've discovered that I want to fall in love with him as well. All of you scram. He's mine. Han Shuiji became excited. You said that you 2 men are the same as me, and want to snatch the man away? Long Fei, you dead bastard, I am yours tonight. Please don't be soft-hearted. You can ravage me as much as you want. You can ravage me as much as you want. Han Shuiji then revealed a seductive pose, which made people spurt out jade blood. Half of her big breasts was about to pop out from her clothes. Made the blood vein explode. Jing Qingsong said, "Can you guys calm down a little? Long Fei is still fighting with his life on the line, and he hasn't received the 3 moves yet. What do you think of the demon powerhouses?" The faces of Han Shuiji and the other 2 shivered. They were too excited as they watched the huge palm strike down from the sky. This kind of shock was simply incomparable, as if it was coming straight to the peak. The 3 of them immediately stopped talking. At this time, Jing Qingsong stood up and shouted, "Young Master Long, I love you, I want to give birth to your baby. You're too handsome." Han Shuiji said, "Damn you, another one came to steal my man." Dao Feng, "Can you do a bit more?" Wang Qingshan, "I curse you to be only 3 centimeters tall." Although the 4 of them were joking, they were extremely nervous. They were worried for Long Fei. The demon powerhouse looked at the huge palm descending from the sky. His face was gloomy. He couldn't find any place to break it. This person. Who exactly are they? No way. The eyes of the demon powerhouse turned sinister as he roared in his heart. Instantly, the area around his body started to burn, frantically burning up. The scarlet flames trembled as they faced the gigantic palm in the sky. Shwa! His body shot up like a rocket. With a move of his palms, he blasted them towards the sky. Kacha, kacha, kacha! When the 2 palms came into contact with the giant golden palm print, the sky darkened and dust flew everywhere. Demon experts were being continuously crushed, and he also kept howling, "Ah! Ah!" His palms were splitting apart, unable to withstand it at all. In the end, he used his shoulder to resist, but it was the same. His body crazily descended, and the strength of the giant palm was just too great. It was so powerful that even Long Fei himself felt his blood boiling. Big Day Tashigata is really fierce, too fierce, ha ha. He didn't know what cultivation level the demon experts had, but they were definitely very strong. Facing the Big Day Tashigata, he had no way to resist it. Press! Long Fei shouted loudly. Rumble! Rumble! The gigantic palm descending from the sky could be seen from a distance of 1,000,000 km, half the size of the immortal city. Ah! The demon powerhouse let out a roar, and his whole body was crushed on the ground. Half of the city collapsed, and a huge handprint was left in the city. Ah, ah, ah! The demon powerhouses frantically cried out. The pain from having their minds crushed was incomparably unbearable, and he had never been this afraid in his life before. The feeling of having brought him to hell was too unbearable. Buildings continued to collapse within the immortal city. From a high vantage point, it looked like a giant handprint. The depth of the handprint was 3 meters, terrifying to behold. Long Fei took a step forward and floated up into the air. He stared at the continuously berserking demon experts on the ground and said, "Can you take 3 of my moves? Do you have any strength left? Since you can take 3 of my attacks, I'll let you live." Long Fei said tyrannically. His eyes were filled with contempt. It was just that. No one knew that he was struggling to hold on, struggling to hold on. He had already reached the limit of 3 moves, and was simply unable to withstand them. If not for the fairy stone root constantly releasing power of celestial S to support him, he would have immediately fainted. Long Fei gritted his teeth and said to himself secretly, "If you want to act tough, you must put on a glove, you absolutely must not fail at this critical point. Hold on, you must hold on." The Big Day Tashigata was indeed powerful, it could crush any demon powerhouse, but it was still not enough. The damage was still not enough to kill him. If the demon rankers could see through him, then he and Dao Feng and the rest would all die. He had to hold on. The demon expert looked at Long Fei and asked, "Just who are you, and what was that palm strike just now?" "This young master's name is Long Fei, I'll remember it." Long Fei sneered. "As for the cultivation technique, do you want to know?" "I just didn't want to tell you." While they were talking, Long Fei's voice sank as killing intent filled his eyes and he said, "Hurry up and scram, do you want me to attack again?" He was truly afraid, and furthermore, he saw that Long Fei was only at the first stage of the Berserker immortal realm. However, he could not see through the depth of Long Fei's strength, as this person was too terrifying. Immediately, the demon expert stared at Long Fei and said, "Long Fei, I'll remember it." After saying that, his body blurred and he bounced up heavily, turning into a ball of light and disappearing into the horizon. Long Fei floated in midair and said loudly, "Take your time." After speaking, his body began to sway. He couldn't hold on any longer and immediately asked in his heart, "Ancestor, has he gone far?" Yen Huang Ancestor said, "I went far." Damn! Long Fei's eyes flipped and he fell from the sky. He had reached his limit and could not hold on any longer. "It's too tiring to pretend. I almost lost my life." Long Fei fainted as he fell from the sky. 3 moves. It could be said that Long Fei's current 3 strongest moves, not only did they consume power of celestial, they also consumed his mental energy. Furthermore, during the previous 2 moves, Long Fei had been injured. This was also the reason why he was able to fuse with the fairy stone root. The demon powerhouses were also scared silly. If he did not exchange 3 moves with Long Fei would not be his match, no matter how strong he was. He had won the bet. Long Fei felt a burst of lingering fear in his heart. What about next time? Can you still have such good luck? Seeing Long Fei falling from mid-air, Dao Feng anxiously rushed out. Han Xueji immediately shouted out, "Don't steal my man!" Chapter 743 5 Years. Chapter 743 5 years Long Fei was unconscious. The Azure Dragon, Blood Dragon, Gold Dragon, Black Dragon and Ghost Dragon, who had just returned to their position, all seemed as if they had exploded as they were in a daze. The Azure Dragon ancestor asked, "Boss, are you cultivating the godly fruit Buddha art? How come I have never seen it before?" Black Dragon ancestor also followed. "I've been with Boss for the longest, but I've never seen him use this move. Could Boss have gone to the Buddha world before reincarnating? The Buddhist world is much more powerful than the God's martial continent." Jin Long continued, "Could this be the Boss' own new move? This move is too cool." Blood Dragon ancestor also said excitedly, "Boss is truly different from 6 million years ago. He's even more arrogant, overbearing, and even more handsome." Ghost Dragon said, "When can we fight together with Boss? I miss that day so much that my blood boils up just thinking about it. What happened 6 million years ago was just like yesterday." The Azure Dragon ancestor frowned, then said slightly, "The calamity has arrived. If Boss can't find the dragon domain and awaken all of his power before the calamity arrives, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape this calamity." Black Dragon ancestor asked, "How much time do you have left?" The Green Dragon replied in a low voice, "There are still 5 years left." 5 years. For an ordinary person, 5 years was a bit long. But to warriors, 5 years was really very short, very short. Furthermore, Long Fei's current cultivation level was only arrogant immortal state, so let alone power of Yuan Long, it was not even 1/10,000th of the strength of a Yuan Long. To cultivate to the God's martial continent's peak realm in 5 years, it was simply too difficult. No one had ever been able to do it. Even the people of the dragon race were the same. Not a single one of them could do such a thing. Hearing this, all the dragons fell silent. They all knew clearly in their hearts that it was impossible to complete the mission at that time. Even if they could find the dragon domain, it would be useless because finding the dragon domain would make Long Fei stronger. At that time, if the calamity descended, Long Fei would not be able to hold it back at all. It was too difficult. Golden Dragon Master replied, "Big Brother Azure Dragon, can't we help Big Brother?" The Blood Dragon added, "That's right, we can make him stronger faster. Why can't we help him? It's too dangerous for him alone. The power of the God's martial continent is very complicated now. There are powerful experts from the Hall of Immortals who are eyeing him covetously, their laws are broken, the giant demons reappear, the Western Devil Flames are getting stronger and stronger. One must know that a lot of these giant demons live in they hate the Long family to the bone, and the boss is the first to bear the brunt of it." Patriarch Ghost Dragon followed. The Black Dragon looked at the Azure Dragon. The Green Dragon shook his head and said, "No, we can't help him. I know what you guys are thinking, but do you think I don't want to help him? However, my boss once told me that if I find him in the future, I must not help him. He must take a new path, one that belongs to him. If we help him, we're not helping him. We're harming him." The Azure Dragon ancestor's heart was in pain as well. Seeing Long Fei go all out to cultivate, going through danger time and time again, not being able to go out and help, his heart was filled with incomparable pain. Pain that no one could understand. The dragons fell silent once more. The Azure Dragon was their big brother, and also the Dragon Clan's advisor and advisor. He had followed the Yuan Long the longest, so he was clear about his big brother's everything. No matter what, he couldn't disrupt the Yuan Long's plans. 5 years. Boss, you have to hurry up and rise to power. The Green Dragon thought to himself, at this rate it's far from enough. At night. Within the immortal city. So soft, so comfortable. Long Fei felt as if he was sleeping on an incomparably soft pillow. This pillow was also extremely elastic. Long Fei rubbed his nose, it smells so good. The scent of a woman. Damn. Am I dreaming? Even in my dreams I want to do more. Please don't wake up, please don't wake up. Long Fei was drooling from the corner of his mouth, his face full of vulgarity. Wang Qingshan really could not watch any longer, coughed, and said, Young Master Long, not waiting for him to finish. Han Xueji said in a strong voice, What are you making such a ruckus about? Don't disturb my man's sleep, otherwise I'll skin you alive. Wang Qingshan immediately shut his mouth and muttered, He still hasn't agreed to it, and he's already become your man. What did you say? Han Xueji glared at him. Wang Qingshan immediately shrank back and laughed. Senior sister, I am saying that being a man is truly blissful. That's more like it. Han Xueji had a face full of smiles as he looked at Long Fei, who was in his embrace, and said, You are my man. He had the domineering aura of a woman. Han Xueji lightly patted Long Fei and said, Sleep, sleep, sleep a little more. You're too tired, my heart hurts. Long Fei really wanted to go to sleep. He also wanted to continue this beautiful dream of his, but he could not sleep at all because he saw a large white double peak through the gap in his eyes. Very domineering. The deep gully between the two peaks was able to suck in a person's eyeballs. Cough, cough. Long Fei pretended to cough and opened his eyes in a daze. He looked at the people around and asked, Where are we? Young Master Long, you're awake? Good boy, you've finally woken up. If you don't wake up now, I'm really going to die from anxiety. Long Fei, ha ha. It's good that you're awake. You're really too handsome. Everyone around was excited. Looking at their excited expressions, Han Xueji hugged Long Fei tighter and said, Even if he wakes up, there's no part of you. He's my man. Long Fei was a little awkward as he asked, Senior sister, about that, can you let me catch my breath? His face was so close to Han Xueji's chest that it was about to suffocate. Han Xueji immediately let out a sigh of relief, and with the look of a blissful little woman, he said, Xiao Fei Fei, don't be afraid, senior sister will protect you. Was this the sudden advent of happiness? Or was it too sudden? He suddenly became someone else's man when he woke up. Moreover, she was a beautiful man. Long Fei was really not used to it, but he could not get used to it. He could also see the happiness in Han Xueji's eyes. Like was not love, but gratitude. Moreover, Long Fei also never thought of liking Han Xueji. He didn't have that thought right now. Long Fei smiled slightly and said, Thank you, senior sister, for your protection. And then, Long Fei was worried that Han Xueji would hold him back again, so she changed the topic and looked at Wang Qingshan, asking, Senior brother Wang, has the mission been completed? Wang Qingshan immediately said, It's done. When we return to complete our mission, the elders of the teleportation circle will be here to set up the teleportation circle. Dao Feng looked at Long Fei and said, This time, the A-class Immortal Cities task reward is yours as well. Long Fei, if not for you, I'm afraid that Immortal Domain would have entered the war much earlier. I, Dao Feng, have never admired anyone before. You are the first one. Chapter 744 Blood Skeleton Battle Team. Chapter 744 Blood Skeleton Battle Team Western Demons. As the demonic flames burned, dozens of giant demons that had broken through their bindings sat cross-legged in the sea of devils. They were frantically absorbing the spiritual yuan qi of heaven and earth. Although they had broken the laws and escaped with their breaking through the seal, their cultivation had not returned to their peak. They still needed some time to recover. The demon expert from Immortal City knelt on the ground and said, Lord Devil Ancestor, that brat called Long Fei will become a hidden danger to our demon race in the future. Long Fei. Long family. A multi-eyed giant demon, his entire head filled with large eyes. His pupils moved as he said in a deep voice, Long family, Long Wushan, ah. He was instantly enraged. That year, you put our seal here, and now that I have escaped, I will definitely let your long family be turned into ashes on the gods' martial continent. Ah! The multicolored devil ancestor let out a furious roar, filled with incomparable rage. Most of the giant demons that rushed out were related to the Long family. The majority of them were suppressed by the Long family. They had never forgotten this grudge for the past few million years. With the Long family, they were irreconcilable. The multicolored devil ancestor stared at him and asked, "Is he the demon slayer in the process of teleportation?" The expert replied, "So far, the heavenly only has one demon slayer. His name is Panxing. He is a disciple of the sky separating clans Pan family. As for the kid from Long family, he hasn't become a demon slayer yet, but as far as I know, he was there when we killed Lamo." The multi-eyed demon closed his eyes and sank into deep thought. Half a minute later, he said, "Go to the dark domain first and let Song Qianqing speed up. I don't have the time to wait any longer." The expert immediately said, "As you command." "Lord Devil Ancestor, where is that kid from Long family?" The multi-eyed demon ancestor said, "The Heavenly Hall of Immortals has predicted that they will find the Dragon Domain, and only the people from the Long family will be able to find the Dragon Clan's secret treasures. If he isn't a demon slayer, I think the Heavenly Hall of Immortals is deliberately hiding his identity so that we can ignore him. Seems like." The multi-eyed devil ancestor raised his gaze, looked in the direction of the immortal domain, and said coldly, "Gu Tong Tian, are you still alive and unwilling to give up on the dragon race's secret treasure? Long family should be your last hope, right? All right then. Then let's see who can obtain the Dragon Clan's secret treasure, and who can obtain the longevity. Wahaha." Early morning. God Emperor Academy outside the mission hall. Long Fei said, "I really cannot accept the task credit of Immortal City. Senior brother Dao Feng, there's still some time before the Academy's competition. These points should be very important to you. You can keep it for yourselves." This time, it could be said that Long Fei was making a ton of money. He had leveled up 4 levels consecutively and killed Undying Ghost Dragon. Not to mention that just the Big Day Tashigata alone was extremely profitable. As for the points, dozens of points were of no use to him. This time, when Dao Feng's 6 Holy Sword Troopers went out, with 3 people returning, there was still one person who was severely injured. Han Shuiji also did not push Dao Feng any further, and said, "Dao Feng, my husband told you to take it as you please, don't be shy like a woman." Dao Feng did not continue, and said, "Brother Long Fei, then I'll thank you." He really needed the points. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the risk to take the A-class mission. At this time, Wang Qingshan walked out of the quest hall. His face was indignant. Jing Qingsong asked, "Brother Wang, what's wrong?" Wang Qingshan said unhappily, "Zhou Ling and Yang Luoshui actually want to get points." "What? Where are they? I actually want to ask what kind of power they used, and what face do they have to come to ask for points." Jing Qingsong was instantly infuriated. What happened in the Eternal Mountain Range made all of them very unhappy. He escaped from danger faster than a rabbit. What was this? Team. What was a team? It was a group that could turn its back on its teammates, running away when they were in danger. What kind of teammate was this? What kind of brother was this? After seeing the members of the Holy Sword Troopers and God's Fire Troopers, the atmosphere in Jing Qingsong's heart grew more tense. "Senior brother Wang, where are they? I would like to ask, do they have the nerve to do so?" The more Jing Qingsong thought about it, the more unhappy he became. Wang Qingshan immediately said, forget it. It was also at this time. A group of people walked out of the mission hall. Zhou Ling sneered. "We were the ones who accepted the mission. Now that it's completed, I naturally have to split the points. What's there to be embarrassed about?" There was no fear. It was because there was a group of people standing behind him. Jing Qingsong didn't care that much as he took a step forward and said, "Zhou Ling, what power did you use? As a poison master, Have you ever released poison before? If not for Long Fei, would you still be alive today? What qualifications do you have to get points with us? Yang Luoshui sneered and said, Jing Qingsong, whether or not we have qualifications is not up to you to judge. Wang Qingshan pulled Jing Qingsong back and said in a low voice, Brother Jing, forget it. We can't just let this go like this. The missions are basically all done by Long Fei himself. We're all under his care, so I can give all of the task credit to Long Fei. But I will absolutely not give you any points. Jing Qingsong was unconvinced. Why? You don't do anything and you want to get points for nothing? What are they? At this time, one of the people by Zhou Ling's side walked over, stared at Jing Qingsong and laughed. You're just a trash of the first grade and you dare be so arrogant. What's wrong with my brother giving points? Are you in a bad mood? If you don't like it, do you believe that I won't cripple you? His body was very strong and strong. Moreover, his body radiated with a strong burst of immortal foundation energy. His immortal foundation had broken through at least 6 levels. Moreover, what made everyone suppress was not his cultivation level, but the armband on his chest. The armband of a team. A blood skeleton dripping with blood. Blood skeleton battle team. The 5th-ranked team in God Emperor Academy was extremely powerful, their cultivation were all at the Berserk Immortal Peak realm, and their leader had even stepped into the Virtual Immortals stage. In the God Emperor Academy, the Blood Skeleton was extremely famous. Amongst all the teams, the Blood Skeleton Battle Team had the most members. When Jing Qingsong saw the armband of the Blood Skeleton, his face darkened. The sturdy man laughed coldly and said, Why aren't you being arrogant anymore? Continue speaking, for a trash like you, leaving God Emperor Academy would not take more than 3 seconds. He was confident that he could kill Jing Qingsong within 3 seconds. An inscriptionist, a trash existence. Jing Qingsong's face turned ugly. Seeing his brother being crushed, Long Fei was in a bad mood. Dao Feng took a step forward. Han Xueji also took a step forward. Wang Qingshan also stepped forward. The other brothers also stepped forward and entered battle mode. Chapter 745. What's wrong with bullying you? Chapter 745. What's wrong with bullying you? Brothers, let's attack together. They shared both good fortune and bad fortune. This is what a true brother should be like. Long Fei was very excited to the point that these people valued friendship. Dao Feng walked forward and stared at the sturdy man and said, Xiong Feng, you have to have principles in your conduct. This is a matter of their team, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Ha ha ha. Xiong Feng laughed out loud and said, I forgot to tell you, the 2 of them are now members of my Blood Skeleton battle team. Do you think it has anything to do with me? It's you, Dao Feng. Who do you think you are? This is my business with these trash teams. What does it have to do with your Holy Sword troopers? Don't tell me you want to fight with my Blood Skeleton? Does your Holy Sword troopers have the qualifications to do so? In his eyes, he did not place Dao Feng in his eyes at all. A team that auctioned 16 didn't have any qualifications to clamor in front of him. Dao Feng's expression changed and said, Do you think I don't dare? Ha ha! Xiong Feng sneered, then said, There are only 3 people left in your Holy Sword troopers, and with just you handicapped veterans, I can crush all of you by myself. Furthermore, you're fighting with my Blood Skeleton. Right now you're not even in the top 30. What qualifications do you have to fight with me? Are you worthy? Han Xueji was not in a good mood as she heard this. Madman Xiong, this old lady also wants to fight with your Blood Skeleton. Yo, Great Beauty Han has gone berserk. I'm really scared. Xiong Feng acted like he was afraid. Facing him he sneered and said, Han Xueji, what rank is your team, and what rank is my Blood Skeleton? You don't have the qualifications, do you understand? I advise you to calm down a bit. otherwise your face that can still be sold outside will be ruined by someone else. Xiong Feng was very arrogant. The blood skeleton was his ace in the hole. Dao Feng was crushed. Han Xueji was also crushed. Indeed, just like what Xiong Feng had said, they did not even have the qualifications to start a war with the blood skeleton. Their strength and rankings were too low. Xiong Feng alone was enough to crush them to the point that they couldn't even breathe, let alone the entire blood skeleton team. What this world brought close was strength. If you don't have the strength and you aren't strong enough, then you don't have the right to speak or the right to speak. This was reality. Long Fei looked at Xiong Feng and asked, "May I ask, what qualifications do I need to fight with your blood skeleton?" The corner of Xiong Feng's eyes glanced at Long Fei, and instantly ignored him. He stared at Wang Qingshan and said, "You are Wang Qingshan, right? My brother said just now that the points were divided incorrectly. There's still one more dead person whose points haven't been distributed to them. You should redistribute them now." A simple sentence. However, it carried an endless amount of pressure, as if black could bully commoners. "If I tell you to give it, you have to give it. If you don't, I'll kill you." Xiong Feng had this tone right now. He was not discussing with Wang Qingshan, but commanding. Wang Qingshan's face darkened. Jing Qingsong could not hold it in and shouted, "Aren't you asking for too much?" Wang. Xiong Feng's body also instantly erupted into a burst of powerful qi that crushed everything around him, and instantly smashed Jing Qingsong to the ground. Both of his eyes coldly glanced, and he said, "I'm only asking you to take out the points from that dead disciple of yours. If you dare be cocky in front of me again, I'll take away your points as well." Dao Feng and Han Xueji immediately rushed forward. It was also at this time. The disciples of the blood skeleton battle team behind Xiong Feng all rushed forward at the same time. All of a sudden, they were in a state of tension, ready to strike at any moment. If they fought, Han Xueji and the rest would definitely not be his match. Wang Qingshan immediately said, "I'll take it." Jing Qingsong struggled to answer. "They are too much of a bully, Brother Wang, don't give them a reason, find an elder for them." "Humph!" Xiong Feng snorted, and said with contempt, "The captain is the captain, do you know what is good for you?" Then, he looked at Jing Qingsong who was lying on the ground and sneered, "Even if you wanted to seek the principal to judge me, I'm not afraid of you. Let me tell you a lesson, in this world, whoever's fist is stronger has reason, understand? Little scum." This was obviously bullying. "I'm just bullying you, what's wrong? You don't accept this? What's the use of not admitting it? If you have the guts, then do it to me." There was no other way. Wang Qingshan also knew that being bullied made all of them unhappy, but what could they do? Your cultivation is not as high as theirs, so no matter how much you jump, others can crush you to death with one hand. Just as Xiong Feng had said, whoever's fist was stronger would have their reasons. Wang Qingshan slightly said, "I will exchange points with you." "Heh heh." Xiong Feng revealed a complacent smile, and coldly looked at Dao Feng and Han Xueji, his face filled with a disdainful sneer. "Battling with me? You are too inexperienced." It was also at this time. Long Fei asked again, "May I ask, what qualifications do I have to start a war with your blood skeleton?" Dao Feng frowned, his eyes signaling for Long Fei not to do anything rash. Han Xueji also moved a little, moving 2 steps towards his side. Xiong Feng looked at Long Fei, and this time he looked very seriously and then laughed. "You really want to fight with my blood skeleton, huh?" Long Fei said indifferently, "I don't really want to start a war, I just want to cripple all of you, and that's all." Cluck, cluck. Xiong Feng clenched both of his fists, causing the joints on his body to crack as he glared at Long Fei with eyes as wide as diamond. All of a sudden, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Long Fei did not move at all with the 8 winds, and not a single ripple could be seen on his body. Crush him? S cultivation was not qualified. However, However, Dao Feng and Han Xueji were extremely nervous. If Xiong Feng made a move, they would not hesitate to counterattack. 3 seconds later, Xiong Feng suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha! You little scum, did you nearly pee your pants? Laughter in one hand. Xiong Feng's gaze darkened, and instantly became gloomy. He took a sudden step forward, and stood in front of Long Fei, and because he was taller than Long Fei by a head, he stared down at him from above, and said sinisterly, "Kid, you remember this is because this is the God Emperor Academy. If this was the outside world, you would have already died." His tone was thick with killing intent. Long Fei was not afraid in the slightest, as he said indifferently, "If you were outside, you would have died the moment you took the first step." He 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 he. He 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 he. As Xiong Feng got angry, the aura on his body became more and more violent. Long Fei was very hard. He wasn't scared in the slightest. At this time, an elder coughed and asked, "What are you guys doing?" Xiong Feng's gaze turned cold and he retreated half a step. He placed one hand on Wang Qingshan's shoulder and smiled at the elder. "Nothing, nothing, we're just playing around." Then, he said to Wang Qingshan in a low voice, "If you dare spout nonsense, I will make you regret it for your entire life." Chapter 746, Arrogant Dragon Squad. Chapter 746, Arrogant Dragon Squad. I'm so King unhappy. I'm very unhappy. Jing Qingsong gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. He was in incomparable rage. Everyone in the room was the same, and they were all unconvinced. This was naked bullying. Moreover, they couldn't return the favor, and felt that they were especially useless. Wang Qingshan walked into the courtyard, looked at them and said, "Don't move, it's just a little point, don't affect your cultivation. The academy competition is about to begin, you can't be affected at this time." Jing Qingsong said, "Brother Wang, are you going to let them bully you like this? Who would be willing to be bullied? Who would want to be bullied and shout out?" Wang Qingshan was probably angrier than anyone else. On the surface, he pretended that nothing happened, but the anger in his heart raged. But he knew that in this world, strength was everything. Wang Qingshan smiled faintly and said, "The days ahead will still be long. 30 years of flowing water to the east and 30 years to the west. Brother Jing, don't worry about it. You're already in the stage of a 6th grade violent laughter. You can't be distracted by your cultivation during this period." Dao Feng slightly said, "Junior brother Wang is right, the river flows eastward in 30 years. Zheng Qingsong asked, "Do we have 30 years? The God Emperor Academy only has a few years, can you take this lying down?" At this moment, the people in the yard fell silent again. Indeed, 30 years was too long, and it was impossible to take revenge in such a short period of time. Moreover, the top-ranked teams all had the support of elders, and some even had the support of the principal. It was simply impossible to stomp over the blood skeleton. Long Fei asked, "I just want to know, what qualifications do I have to fight against blood skeleton?" Always wanted to know. But no one said anything. Dao Feng said indifferently, "There is an unwritten rule regarding battle between teams. Ranking between teams cannot exceed 6. If you want to fight with the blood skeleton, then your team must be at least ranked 10th. If not, you do not have the qualifications. The God Emperor Academy battle team's ranks and abilities are completely different. Wanting to enter the top 10 is practically impossible." The number of Holy Sword Troopers was 16. Spent an entire 3 years to do this. However, wanting to enter the 15th place was extremely difficult. Now that the Holy Sword Troopers had lost 3 members, it was already impossible for them to advance any further. Long Fei asked again, "Then, how do I raise my rank? Relying on task credit?" Han Xueji said, "Doing a mission to earn points is only a way, it takes too long. If we want to enter the top 10, I'm afraid even we won't be able to do it on the day we graduate." Long Fei asked, "What other way is there?" Han Xueji said, in the Academy's tournament, there will also be a team competition. It's just like your newbie ranking tournament, it's also a team ranking competition. All teams, reset your rankings, reshuffle your cards. However, I'm afraid our team won't be able to maintain our current ranking this year. A few newly formed teams have advanced by leaps and bounds. They're unstoppable. Dao Feng also laughed bitterly. My Holy Sword troopers might fall below rank 30. 3 years of hard work, and it was all for nothing. Dao Feng was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Long Fei asked, "Team ranking? All right. Then let's do the team ranking." Long Fei clenched his fists and said, "Then let's trample Blood Skeleton to death at the ranking tournament." Everyone looked up at Long Fei. It was like looking at a stranger. Wang Qingshan said, "Long Fei, the Blood Skeleton battle team is much stronger than you can imagine, and the ranking of the battle team is a group battle. It's not a battle that can be fought by a single person." Long Fei did not wait for him to finish and directly interrupted him. "I'm just asking you guys, do you want to take revenge?" Zheng Qingsong instantly replied, "Yes." Long Fei shouted, louder. "Do you want to stomp Blood Skeleton down and slap him fiercely in the face?" "Yes." "Louder." "Yes." Everyone in the yard stood up as the sound of his voice shook the sky. Long Fei grinned and laughed excitedly. "If you want, do it. We have to make sure they can't even raise their heads when we're on the team rankings." Long Fei said fiercely, "Competing with ferocity, comparing with arrogance? This daddy has never lost to anyone." Han Xueji said, "We have 3 teams now, your team has less than 500 points, and is unable to enter the team ranking tournament." Dao Feng said, "My team does not have enough people, if we were to recruit people now, it would be too late." Long Fei said, "Since that's the case, let's rebuild the team." "Huh! Huh!" Everyone in the yard was stunned. Han Xueji immediately laughed excitedly, "I'll listen to my man." A black line hung on Long Fei's forehead as he said, 500 points. We still have 3 months until the Academy's large competition. Is 500 points hard to come by? Dao Feng laughed, "Leave the points to me. I promise I'll settle this before the Academy competition." Wang Qingshan said, "I can help." Zheng Qingsong said, "Me too." Long Fei looked at them and said, "Senior brother Dao Feng, senior sister Han, your battle has been in existence for many years. If you guys want to establish a new team, your team will have to be eliminated." Without waiting for Long Fei to finish speaking, Dao Feng said, "As long as you can vent your anger, I will cancel your name. It's not a big deal, and Holy Sword Troopers is not famous to begin with." Han Xueji said, "I will listen to my man, hee. Long Fei. It really was deadly." Every time Han Xueji teased Long Fei, being teased by a mature woman with a big chest and big butt, and it was even several times a day, who would be able to take it? Jing Qingsong said, "To create a new team, what is the name of the team?" Dao Feng, Han Xueji and the others all looked at Long Fei. Long Fei was able to bring them out of the Immortal City, and was able to kill and injure the demon expert. From that moment onwards, Long Fei was the core of their group. Long Fei's strength impressed every single one of them. Long Fei thought for a moment, then said, "Quang Long. It's even crazier than the dragons above the 9th heaven. Isn't Blood Skeleton arrogant? Then we'll use our incomparably arrogant postures to ruthlessly crush them." Dao Feng's eyes began to blaze. "Quang Long, arrogant dragon squad, good." Han Xueji also revealed an excited face, and said, "My man is truly handsome, the names he gives are all so handsome, I love you." Wang Qingshan was also extremely excited, "Good name." Long Fei said, "Big brother Dao Feng, you are the oldest here, you are the team leader, and I will leave the team points to you." Dao Feng did not hesitate. Being the leader was even better, it was even better to cover for Long Fei. On the contrary, it would give Long Fei more time to cultivate. Dao Feng nodded his head. All right, leave everything to me. Long Fei continued. In this period of time, give me a list of all the things that you need for your cultivation, and I will send all of you soaring into the sky. Chapter 747 The Motivation of Strengthening. Chapter 747 The Motivation of Strengthening. Since he had to do it, Long Fei would definitely be the best. In the team ranking tournament, there will definitely be blood for blood. Long Fei returned to the logistics department's residence. Leader Sun and the others had long heard of what happened to Long Fei in the quest hall. Just as Long Fei returned to his residence, Leader Sun and the others walked up and said, Long Fei, Blood Skeleton is not an ordinary team, you should be careful. Fan Tong said, Blood Skeleton has the support of 2 more elders, so it's possible that their ranking tournament this time will take another step forward. If they enter the top 3, they will be protected by the Academy at that time. If we offend them, they will do everything they can to protect us. If we can't do it on the open or on the dark, then we can't do it on the dark, and if we can't do it on the dark, then we can't do it on the dark. In short, they cannot lose, and only they bully people, and no one dares to bully them. Even the first few teams don't dare to provoke them. Although they were janitor disciples, no one knew more about the Academy than they did. They are the channels of information. As for the members of the various College of Martial Arts Training S, they all knew their strength like the palm of their hand. Long Fei looked at Leader Sun and the others, their concern filled him with gratitude, and said, Don't worry, if Blood Skeleton isn't strong, I wouldn't be interested in him. The stronger you are, the more fun it will be. Everyone was taken aback. The Sun Data said, Long Fei, since you have decided to do it, then we will give you our full support. We will not be able to help, but we will help you gather information regarding various aspects of the Blood Skeleton. Long Fei said, Thank you, Sun Data said. We are all brothers, where is the need for thanks? Ha ha ha. During this period of time, Lu Ba had still not appeared. From the looks of it, he would never appear again. Logistics Department was also very happy, and it could be considered to be a joyous laughter that he hadn't had in a long time. In the dead of night, Long Fei did not stay idle and entered the forest at the back of the mountain. Bedevilment. Buzz. The god's devil body appeared, took out the god's devil token and entered the god's devil space to cultivate. Especially the big day Tashigata, it was such an overpowered damage. However, the consumption of power of Celestial for Long Fei was also extremely huge. Other than the turn Yen Long into God, that he was still unable to use, the consumption of power of Celestial was the greatest. All of a sudden, you emptied all the power of Celestial in your power of Celestial slot. Long Fei was after all not a character within a game, he was a living person, and the instantaneous hollowing out of the power of Celestial would greatly affect both his mental strength and his physical body. The coma in the Immortal City was also a normal effect. Yen Huang Ancestor said, The stronger the divine arts, the stronger the energy consumed. If you want to stop fainting, the only thing you can do is to continuously strengthen your body. There's only one way to train the body. That is to continuously crush and break one's own limit. Although your current physical body is a saint body, you are still too weak. Long Fei said, Cultivating my physical body requires a lot of time, I don't have much time left, I do not have much time to cultivate my physical body, and since the big day Tashigata can make me unconscious, then I will continue to cultivate, to break through, reducing the time spent in this kind of coma or disappear. Zhang Xian was moved. Long Fei shouted loudly, Big day Tashigata! Buzz! With a loud noise, the entire god's devil space felt like it was about to explode. The power of Celestial in Long Fei's body was also instantly emptied out, his mental force withered, and his body sank again. The sky and earth spun, and he lost consciousness. It was too hard. His brain couldn't bear it. However, it was just too exciting. The power of this move was too strong. Half an hour later, Long Fei woke up. How long was I unconscious for? Yan Huang ancestor said, 33 minutes. Again, Long Fei let out another furious shout, and released the big day Tashigata once more. His body sank even deeper as he fainted. Actually, this kind of training was also a type of physical body training. If Long Fei was unable to improve his physical body in a short period of time, then he would let his physical body get used to this feeling, and slowly decrease the amount of time he lost consciousness. Then he wouldn't be unconscious. He had never considered himself a genius. Be it in terms of talent or potential, Long Fei did not consider himself to be a genius who needed to work hard to quickly break through. The only thing he could rely on was his hard work. He was going all out. He put in all his effort, going completely mad. Early morning, when Long Fei walked out of the small forest, he was like a frosted eggplant. He did not have the slightest bit of spirit. He fetched a bucket of water from the well and poured it over his head. Awesome! The iciness was bone-piercing, causing Long Fei's exhausted body to have quite a bit of mental energy. After changing into a clean set of clothes, Long Fei headed down the mountain. It had been almost half a month since he entered Deep Academy. Elder Chiu and that old man in green should have already recovered from their injuries. All that was left was the recovery of their cultivation. Long Fei kept this matter in mind. 2 hours later, Long Fei walked into Chiu Wandao's courtyard. At this moment, the moment Long Fei walked into the courtyard, Fatty Chun came over. Boss! Man Tuoyuo's eyes flashed with a bright light. Seeing Long Fei's happiness, she smiled lightly and said, Young Master Long Shao Ying was also there, and upon seeing Long Fei, he immediately shouted, Young Master Long is mighty. All three were there. Moreover, compared to half a month ago, their cultivation base had improved by quite a lot. Especially the defensive aura exuding from Fatty Chen's godly armor, it gave off the feeling that it had missed something. It was very thick. Holy armor King Kong were just not the same. Long Fei said, Everyone is here. Today was also the appointed time, so Shao Ying and Man Tuoyuo were fine. Fatty Chen had sneakily ran out. This time he would definitely be punished, but he was already used to it. From the very first day he entered the profound college of martial arts training, Xiao Tianwu had never stopped punishing him, and she would also heavily punish him with small matters. If you couldn't find an excuse, you could just create something out of nothing. In other words, you wouldn't have the time to train or learn. Xiao Tianwu had sought him out several times, asked him to leave Long Fei, and cut off their relationship. Fatty Chun did not even bother to answer. He just said one word, scram. Xiao Tianwu punished him even more harshly. The more he punished, the more determined he became. He had to become stronger, even stronger. Compared to Long Fei, Fatty Chun knew clearly that he was far from enough. However, Long Fei did not know about any of these. Seeing the excitement in their eyes, Long Fei thought that they were all doing well. It was just that. What he did not know was that Fatty Chun was punished every day. Man Tuoyuo was like a medicine boy in the Spirit Poison Academy. He did not teach her what she wanted to learn. Shao Ying was more or less a servant in College of War Martial Arts, running errands and carrying items. He was like a servant, but his identity was slightly better. They did not let Long Fei know about any of this. All obstacles would become the driving force behind their growth. Chapter 748 Deep Vengeance. Chapter 748 Deep Vengeance, because of the Pan family's interference. Because of the influence of Gu Wuji's identity as a heavenly fairy hall elder. As long as one was related to Long Fei, they would be unfairly treated. Although the Pan family could not enter the Deep Academy within 2 years, the influence of Pan Xing's words still existed. The title Demon Slayer had too great of an influence. It was right at Gu Wuji. Who would dare to offend a clan elder of a heavenly hall of immortals? Furthermore, he had many disciples in the God Emperor Academy, and all of them were elders. Who would dare not to give face to a principal? That's why. That was why Long Fei had been rejected by the 18 great matrial halls. His brothers and friends had received endless suppression. If Long Fei knew all of this, he would have turned the world upside down. Qiu Wandao walked out of the house. In just half a month, his white hair had turned into frost, and he looked like an old man in his 80s. Weak. Long Fei secretly felt pain in his heart as he looked at Qiu Wandao. Thus would definitely do his best to heal his injuries. Qiu Wandao looked at Long Fei and laughed. You brat, you're really amazing. Just after entering the God Emperor Academy for half a month, he had already become the #1 on the wind cloud list. Long Fei was shocked. My father? Qiu Wandao's mouth was about to leak information, and he immediately changed the topic. Kid, didn't you say you wanted to cure me? Now that I've recovered from my injuries, I'll wait for your destruction. As expected. Long Fei's heart tightened. They are indeed related to my father. Long Fei had guessed it from the beginning, but he wasn't too sure. But now, he was certain that the reason why Qiu Wandao and the old man had been protecting him in secret was because his father had given the order. If that was the case, Long Fei thought about the scene at the God's Soul Mountain, that powerful figure, and thought to himself, is that father? Since Qiu Wandao didn't say anything, Long Fei didn't ask anymore. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he would meet his father again. Long Fei said, I thought of a way, but I'm still missing a few things. The reason I'm here is to discuss this with you. The azure-robed old man walked out as well. He was similar to Qiu Wandao, aged beyond compare, with deep wrinkles on his forehead. Long Fei, you don't have to force yourself. We know that we won't have any hope of surviving this lifetime, but you can be at ease now. What's that called? He looked at Qiu Wandao. Qiu Wandao continued, It's better to live than to die. The azure-robed elder immediately said, That's right. It's better to die than to live. We didn't think it through at the time, but now it won't happen. They knew this very well. Their muscles and veins were severed, and their cultivation had completely dissipated. The lifespan they had taken from the fight with the heavens was truly disappearing fast. There was no way in the world that they could recover their cultivation level. Long Fei's words were just to comfort them. Qiu Wandao was once the principal of the God Emperor Academy. He knew all the secret techniques in the martial repository pavilion. There was no such cultivation technique in this world. Long Fei secretly clenched his fists inside his sleeves, and said, I already said I will help you guys recover your cultivation, so I will definitely do it. And then, Long Fei continued, I came today to let you all take care of your bodies. At that time, I will let your cultivation recover, and I will break your veins once. That kind of pain, I am worried. Man Tuoluo was startled, and said, You want to break it again? Long Fei slightly nodded, and said, At that time, I did not have the necessary things, and could not use them. Moreover, the two elders' bodies were weak at that time, and they had no desire to live at all. Chen Tianfei asked, Boss, what exactly do you want? We can also help you look for it. Xiao Ying also nodded continuously, saying, That's right. Long Fei slightly said, Heaven's resurrection grass, the stem of the spirit cultivating flower, and also a type of underworld sea mud. All three things were indispensable. All of these were said by the Yen Huang ancestor. Long Fei had never heard of these three things, and these three things were not even available in the points exchange shop. Man Tuoluo shook his head. I have never heard of these three things. As a member of the Medicine Valley, she had never even heard of Fatty Chen and Xiao Ying shaking their heads like a rattle drum. I completely haven't heard of them. Not just them. Even Qiu Wandao and the old man in green were at a loss, as they had never heard of these things. However, they all felt relieved. Although they were not master alchemists, they knew quite a bit about immortal herbs. Coincidentally, they had never heard of any of these things before, so there was only one possibility. Something that doesn't exist. However, their hearts were also filled with gratitude, because this was also Long Fei's kindness, a kindness that comforted them and gave them hope. Qiu Wandao slightly smiled and said, "Brat, I believe in you." Long Fei did not notice Qiu Wandao's expression and said, "Old Qiu, I will definitely find these 3 things, and they will definitely help you recover and become stronger." Ha ha ha! The elder smiled in excitement as he replied, "Of course." They all laughed. With a happy smile, for Long Fei to have this kind of heart, even if they died, their eyes would still be at peace. They thought that Long Fei had fabricated a few lies to deceive them, but they did not know that what Long Fei had said was true. After half an hour of pleasantries, Long Fei and the rest left the courtyard. Qiu Wandao sat on the stairs, looked at their departing figures, and muttered with a smile, "I almost leaked it." The elder said, with the young lord's intellect, he should have already guessed it. Qiu Wandao was slightly taken aback, then said, "Back then, my master swept across the fighting arena with the title of Nameless, setting a record of 18 consecutive rises. Not many people know that the 18 people he defeated were the elders of the 18 great material halls, so how mighty and tyrannical were they? A single disciple defeating an elder of the 18 great material halls? Shocking the world and making them sound like ghosts and gods. It could be said, all of 18 great material halls were overturned by him alone." The green-robed elder said slightly, "At that time, Master's cultivation was much stronger than the young master. Other young master was able to guess who the person behind all of us was, but he didn't know if Long family and Tong Tian Hall of Immortals had a grudge." Qiu Wandao's eyes trembled. He raised his head to look at the sky and faintly said, "Master has suffered too much, I will definitely take revenge." Heavenly Hall of Immortals. Supreme God. Grand Elder Gu Tongtian. The 8 great elders of the Outer Space Palace, all of them are coveting the secrets of the Long family, and all of them want to obtain the secret treasures of the Dragon Clan. All of them are the enemies of the Long family. A blood feud. Chapter 749 Transactions. Chapter 749 Transactions. On the way back to the God Emperor Academy, Long Fei pondered. Right now, he was also a little suspicious of whether the God's martial continent really had the 3 things that the Yen Huang ancestor said. If there was, why didn't Man Tuolio know? Why were Qiu Wandao and the old man wearing that kind of calm expression? Ancestor, do you or do you not have it? Long Fei didn't know how many times he had asked this, but he felt that a man should keep his word. Since he said he would help Elder Qiu recover his cultivation, then he must do it. The Yen Huang ancestor replied impatiently, "I can't be sure either. I can only say that there might be one, but it's extremely difficult to find. If you want me to promise you, I can't guarantee it either. This is the God's martial continent, not the Chaos Realm. If this were the Chaos Realm, I could have immediately given you a direction. In the God's martial continent, you can only depend on yourself. Some things are by chance. Since the opportunity had not arrived, you couldn't find it no matter how hard you searched." Long Fei asked, "Then how do I enter the Chaos Realm?" Yen Huang ancestor. He was speechless. Long Fei was about to go crazy. Yen Huang ancestor said, "Don't even mention knowing how to enter. Even if you were allowed to enter the Chaos Realm, you would still not live past 3 days. The danger level of the Chaos Realm is several tens of thousands of times greater than here. Kid, there are some things that can't be rushed." Long Fei knew in his heart, but when he looked at Qiu Wandao and the old man in green, he felt upset. "I can wait, but old Qiu and the others can't. Look at how old they are now, they have lost all their cultivation, and their longevity will be lost very quickly. They don't have much time left." Yan Huang ancestor also became silent. There was nothing he could do. He could only provide a way to break it, but he could not find 3 things for Long Fei. Everything depended on Long Fei. Seeing Long Fei's silence along the way, Chen Tianfei asked, "Boss, the Academy's large competition is in a few months. Are you willing to participate?" Long Fei said, "I will. I have formed a team. At that time, I will be participating in the team competition as a team." Xiaoying asked, "Is it because of the blood skeleton battle team?" Man Tuoluo followed. "I heard that the blood skeleton battle team is very powerful, with the great clan elder supporting them from the White Tiger courtyard. They might enter the top 3 in this year's competition." "Boss, what team are you on? I want to join too." Chen Tianfei immediately became excited. Xiaoying also jumped up in excitement, raising his hand high up in the air. I want to join as well." Man Tuoluo also said, "Can I join?" No matter what difficulties Long Fei encountered, they would never abandon him. "If they are brothers, then let's carry them together." Long Fei smiled faintly and said, "The team is still in the process of being formed. If you all want to join, then you all should become stronger as soon as possible. At the very least, it needs to be arrogant immortal state, right?" Chen Tianfei immediately replied, "No problem. The arrogant immortal state, right? I will definitely train with all my might." "Humph. Even if those senior brother S and elders look down on me, I will still desperately cultivate and break through." Xiaoying clenched his fists and said violently. With this motivation, they worked even harder. The 4 of them passed through a small forest. Suddenly, Long Fei's mind suddenly stopped, the battle intent on his body suddenly soared, his eyes darkened, his gaze sweeping across, and said slightly, "Come out." Instantly, Chen Tianfei entered into battle mode. Xiaoying stood guard beside Man Tuoluo, and was on high alert. Hee hee. A mischievous laughter rang out as a 16 to 17-year-old girl landed on a tree branch. Her 2 slender legs swayed as she said, You actually sensed my presence within 50 meters. Is this your limit?" Long Fei's expression retracted and said, "It's you?" Fatty Chen was a little stunned as he said, "Boss, isn't that the young lady from God's Phoenix Pavilion who was wearing a veil?" It was the veiled girl, Song Qianqian. She glanced at one of the Chen Tianfei's, then looked at him and said, "I know of the 3 things you have mentioned." Long Fei was shocked and asked, "What are those 3 things?" Song Qianqian smiled and said, "I know of the heaven continuing grass, the stem of the spirit cultivating flower, and the nether sea mud." Long Fei was even more shocked. He did not sense Song Qianqian's existence from the courtyard, and even the Yan Huang ancestor did not feel it. However, Song Qianqian was definitely close to the courtyard. 100 meters away? If she could hear his conversation from such a distance, she would be too terrifying. Long Fei asked, "You have been following me this whole time?" The corner of Song Qianqian's mouth lifted, and said, "God Emperor Academy isn't your home. If you can come, can't I come as well? Not only me, but others are following you as well. That blood skeleton battle team member has already found out where the 2 old men are." Just as she finished speaking, Long Fei's expression changed greatly. And then, he swiftly ran towards the cove. Song Qianqian said, "Don't worry, they have yet to make a move, you don't need to be in such a hurry either." Long Fei stopped and looked at Song Qianqian. "Just who are you?" This girl was too powerful. From the very first moment God's Phoenix Pavilion saw her, Long Fei knew that she was not a simple person. Regardless of cultivation or status, they were both extremely powerful. Song Qianqian giggled and said, "Didn't you know? I am from the dark demon region, I am from the demon race." Chen Tianfei said to Long Fei in a low voice, "Boss, the demons won't be in the God Emperor Academy, they will definitely be discovered by the elders." "She's lying to you." Song Qianqian stared at him, a sharp look was revealed in his eyes. He stared straight at Fatty Chen and said, "What is this damn Fatty muttering about?" Chen Tianfei's eyes darkened, his mind was shaken, and his body started trembling uncontrollably. It was incomparably terrifying. Long Fei said in a faint voice, "Go back first, come back here again half a month later. If I am done with my mission, don't come here anymore." Man Tuoyuo looked at Song Qianqian and said, "Long Fei, be careful. I will ask you about the 3 spirit grasses." Chen Tianfei did not dare to stay. Even if it was his holy armor fairy vein, they would not be able to withstand Song Qianqian's murderous gaze. He had not reached the stage where his holy armor fairy vein could withstand the spiritual pressure. There were only Long Fei and Song Qianqian in the small forest. Long Fei asked, "Speak, why are you looking for me?" Song Qianqian giggled and said, "It's very simple." While they were talking, she took out the Dragon Head Qiankuan map that was quickly drawn in the secret history pavilion and said, "Help me find the Dragon Head, I will help you find 3 things." All this time, she had been trying to unravel the secret of this kind of map. In the end, he concluded that the Dragon Head Qiankuan map was the Dragon Head. Long Fei said, "I don't know where it is." Song Qianqian laughed. "Where did I find it?" Long Fei's heart trembled. He also wanted to find out what's hidden inside the Dragon Head Qiankuan map. "What about the head of the Yuan Long S?" Long Fei said. "Add in another condition, don't you still have a hidden rancor by your side? I want him to protect the 2 old men in the cove." Song Qianqian said without any hesitation, "Deal." Chapter 750. Hold Me Tight and Fly You. Chapter 750. Hold Me Tight and Fly You. It was straightforward, without any hesitation. Song Qianqian moved. Boom! A 3-meter-tall black panther was summoned. Its entire body was exuding a dense demonic aura, and its body was covered with simple and unadorned patterns, as if it was some sort of high-grade rune. Its 4 limbs, in particular, were covered in a black fog. Song Qianqian rolled over and landed on the back of the Black Panther. He looked at Long Fei and said, "Come up." Black Panther stared at Long Fei with eyes filled with hostility, its fangs slightly revealed, giving off a feeling of majesty. Moreover, Long Fei was sure that if this guy were to attack him, he wouldn't be able to stop it. A divine beast level mount. Long Fei jumped up. The Black Panther let out a low growl in annoyance. This was the first time he had been ridden by someone other than Song Qianqian, so he naturally felt very unhappy. Song Qianqian's voice turned cold and said, "Little Black, listen to me." The Black Panther's raging flames instantly cooled down, becoming as quiet as a kitten. Song Qianqian turned to look at Long Fei and said, "Hug me tightly and fly you." Black Leopard was like a sports bike with over 10,000 horsepower. Its body leaned forward and Song Qianqian followed suit. Long Fei held onto Song Qianqian's waist slightly. It was soft like it had no bones. Very thin. Song Qianqian giggled and said, "You'd better hold on tighter." Finished. Song Qianqian lightly patted Black Panther's neck. "Little Black, let's go." Roar. With a roar, the Black Panther fiercely charged forward. Its speed was like the roar of a monster as it instantly charged into the sky. Damn! His body suddenly hugged, tightly protecting Song Qianqian. Because he had used too much strength, and it was too sudden, Long Fei's hands lost their direction and he was also in the wrong place, so he directly hugged onto Song Qianqian's chest. Why is it a little bulky? It's still a little big? Where is this place? Long Fei's mind quickly spun, both of his hands scratched and pinched. The feeling of his hands was exceptionally good, and at this time, his eyes suddenly realized that he grabbed onto a place that he shouldn't have grabbed onto. Song Qianqian's expression also darkened as he coldly asked, "Where did you catch them?" Long Fei immediately looked down and said, I'm sorry. He whispered, Her breasts are so big. Song Qianshan's expression became even colder and said, "Do you believe that I won't throw you down?" Long Fei immediately shut his mouth and did not say any more. If he said more, he would really be thrown down by Song Qianshan. This which was like a little girl crazily asking for her life. Just this valiant mount alone was enough to stun anyone. In another place, the heavenly hall of immortals, Supreme God looked into the distance and smiled. "You've gone out again?" 19 Ideas Simulacrum stood beside Supreme God and said lightly, "We just investigated clearly that the immortal city's master is Undying Ghost Dragon, and he was killed by Long Fei. And furthermore, one of the demon powerhouses was repelled in 3 moves. I reckon that the demons will make their move against Long Fei as well." He was the Supreme God's spy in the God Emperor Academy, his goal being to control all of Long Fei's movements. The Supreme God let out a long breath and said, "Those giant demons of the breaking through the seal must also know that the secret treasures of the dragon race can only be found by the people of the Long family. However," Supreme God smiled confidently, "they still don't know enough." 19 said, "Supreme God, the Western demons are eyeing us covetously. The devil flames are getting stronger and stronger. As for the matters regarding the demon slayer," Supreme God said, "Don't worry too much about the matters regarding the demon slayer. You will definitely come out when it is time for you to come out. Right now, the time is not right, and the Pan family will definitely defend the title of Demon Slayer. They will do their best to deal with it. You don't need to do these things yourself. Your focus is always on controlling Long Fei's movement." 19 immediately said, "Disciple understands." Long Fei was the main point. If they could find a secret treasure of the Dragon Clan, what would those millions of years old devil be worth? Even if they didn't have a demon slayer, they would still be killed. Long Fei left with Song Qianshan. The disciples of the logistics department were silently collecting information about the various battle teams, their personnel, cultivation level, cultivation techniques, and the powers supporting them. Especially regarding the collection of information on the blood skeleton. Since Long Fei wanted to do something to help him, Sun Data did his best to help him. This was because he wanted to do something before graduation, even if there was nothing he could do. He wanted to help Long Fei reach the top. Except for their efforts, God Emperor Academy also had another piece of heavyweight news. The 2 teams ranked 19th and 16th announced their cancellation. This had quite an impact on the God Emperor Academy. Only a fool would write off the names of the top 20 teams. At the same time, a team named Quang Long was formed. The team leader was Dao Feng, the vice-captain was Han Xueji, and the 3 of them joined forces to quickly complete the mission. They had to raise the number of points on their team to 500 to qualify to enter the tournament. What Long Fei wanted to do was what they wanted to do. And then there was Long Fei. It took 2 whole days before the Black Panther slowed down and finally came to a stop on a mountain slope. Song Qianshan said, "We're here." Long Fei immediately let go of his hands and felt a little awkward looking at Song Qianshan. In his previous life, he had always dreamed of having a super motorcycle and then bringing his sister to go on a rampage. He had never realized it in his previous life, but in this foreign world, it was him who held his sister while leading his sister on a rampage. Too awkward. His dream had been shattered into pieces. Song Qianshan said, "This is Dragon Head Mountain. The Dragon Head Qinquan map should be here." Just now, Long Fei took a look at the terrain with confidence. The terrain here was a little special, as if it had experienced the effects of an ancient war. Giant pits and deep holes were everywhere, and if not for the trees covering them, there would definitely be holes everywhere. Long Fei asked, "You already know this place, why did you bring me here? If you can find this place, concealing it would allow you to solve this map, right?" Song Qianshan laughed. "Finding this place isn't difficult. The important thing is to unravel the secret here. The Dragon Head Qinkuan map is like a maze. If you want to unlock it, I'm afraid you're the only one in the world. You are a member of the Long family. The one flowing on you is a dragon's spirit blood. Song Qianshan looked at Long Fei seriously. The man in front of him looked ordinary, without anything unusual about him. However, the feeling Long Fei gave her was extremely deep, unfathomable. The hidden potential was also unfathomable. Long Fei replied with a question, "What exactly are you looking for?" Song Qianshan was unable to answer now, and she did not know what was inside the Dragon Head Qinkuan map. However, after pausing for half a minute, Song Qianshan looked into the distance with misty eyes. Chapter 751 Sky Tyrant Form, Infinite Strike. Chapter 751 Sky Tyrant Form, Infinite Strike. This Dragon Head Mountain is the unknown domain of the gods' martial continent. Very few people dabble in it. Therefore, you must be careful. Follow behind me, don't get too far away, Song Qianshan said as he walked in front. Long Fei replied, "Understood." This definitely was not Song Qianshan's first time here. The reason she came to find him was because of something that she could not unravel, and she needed Long Fei to do it herself. Moreover, Long Fei also wanted to know, even more than Song Qianshan wanted to know what exactly was hidden within the Dragon Head Qinkuan map. Is it really the head of the Yuan Long? If he was a Yuan Long, then if he found his flesh and melted, would his power instantly become an existence that was so strong that it could explode the heavens? Buzz! Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from within the dark forest. Song Qianshan immediately stopped and retracted his aura as he said slightly, "Stop for a moment." A few minutes passed. Song Qianshan began to walk forward again and said, "You can go now." Long Fei asked with some doubt, "Was it the demon beast just now? Why didn't you kill him?" Song Qianshan turned to look at Long Fei and said, "Level 8 demon beast had a divine ability attached to it. If the two of us were to go kill it, you would be killed instantly." He made it sound as though it was an understatement. However, Long Fei's heart was thundering and rolling. "Level 8 demon beast?" Yan Huang Ancestor said lightly. "She is right, the aura just now was indeed the aura of a level 8 demon beast. Furthermore, there is a sacred art attached to it as well. Boy, this woman is stronger than I thought." A level 8 demon beast was extraordinary. The demon beasts that carried the sacred art were even more extraordinary. Each of them was an existence that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth. Long Fei secretly clicked his tongue, but he was also a bit excited in his heart and thought to himself, "This is a good place to level up, not now, but in the future I will definitely be able to." "Blood Dragon, I told you to remember the route. Did you?" Blood Dragon Ancestor said excitedly. "Don't worry, I have never been able to accomplish anything that boss asked me to do. I have already memorized the route." This was Long Fei's trump card. He didn't know where Song Qianshan came from, nor could he trust him. He had to be careful. After walking for half an hour, Song Qianshan stopped again. Stop. 10 minutes later they were walking again. After walking like this for 3 whole days, bypassing over 100 super demon beasts, all of them being level 7 and above, Long Fei complained in his heart, "This is all just experience." Suddenly, Song Qianshan stopped. Long Fei said, "We have to wait a bit more, right?" Song Qianshan said, "In front of us is a gorge, we must pass through it, there are many demon beasts in the gorge, it is unavoidable. F***CK. We should have had a fight a long time ago." Long Fei was excited. If he did not level up to gain some experience, he would be at a disadvantage. Song Qianshan said, "These fellows are not to be trifled with, be careful." Long Fei replied, "Understood. You must remember this. If you can avoid them, you must not provoke them." Song Qianshan reminded her once again. Long Fei replied, "Got it." But he thought to himself, "Not provoke? How could he kill any monsters to level up without provoking them? How can you know your cultivation level without provoking others?" Along the way, Long Fei wanted to see what realm Song Qianqian was in. The only way to test her cultivation was the super demon beast. 10 minutes later, Long Fei and Song Qianqian walked into the canyon. The canyon was burning with hot air, like it was a volcanic crater. On both sides there were bare rocks, one after the other, but there were no demon beasts as mentioned by Song Qianqian. Suddenly, bam! At the top of the canyon, an incomparably huge stone statue roared, "Sky Tyrant form! Rumble!" From a height of 100 meters, he charged straight down. Holy sh*t, the stone men were enlarged? Long Fei's expression changed greatly. He had once met a stone man and a demon beast in the great desolate mountain range, but, compared to this guy, he was like an ant. More importantly, it started with enlargement stroke. Bam! A loud sound was heard, its speed was too fast, Long Fei could not react at all, but he could not react in time. Song Qianqian's reaction speed was like a god's, grabbing Long Fei by the collar and bouncing him off. Boom! The 10-meter-tall stone giant smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. The surrounding area began to burn as well, and flames began to burn on the stone giant's body. The aura emitted from its body was incomparably intense. At the same time, Long Fei's heart sank as he looked at the stone giant through the system. Demon Beast, Overlord Stone Devil rank, 7 rating monster and beast's damage, 7 stars speed, 7 stars attack power, 8 stars divine powers, Sky Tyrant strike infinite attack. Looking at the last part, Demon Beast's description, Long Fei was completely dumbfounded. Fuck, what do you mean by Sky Tyrant strike, an unlimited attack? Not waiting for him to finish. Rumble! The Overlord Stone Devil crashed out again, not giving Long Fei and Song Qianqian a chance to react at all. Song Qianqian pulled Long Fei and bounced away once again. Infinite combo, this is an existence that's going to break through the heavens. Boom! Song Qianqian grabbed Long Fei and wanted to pull him away again, but this time, Long Fei rushed forward and said, "If this continues, there's no way to escape." Finished. The moment the Devil Sword in Long Fei's hand fell, the moment the Overlord Stone Devil rushed down, his aura became heavy. Infinite Sword. Gravity Sword, 10 times gravity. The Devil Sword in Long Fei's hand moved, slashing down. Rumble! Long Fei's gravity sword intent was shattered. Long Fei was also instantly sent flying. That Sky Tyrant rock also shook slightly, becoming even more angry. Roar! The flame exploded around his body, and before he could stop for even half a second, he was sent flying once again. "I'm done for. I'm not afraid of you." Long Fei was also burning with anger. He put away the Devil's Sword and switched with the Dragon Salyer, killing God Chop. A saber ruthlessly hacked down. He slashed at the head of the Overlord Stone Devil. Boom! Woo-woo! A bright red number appeared above the rock demon's head. It let out a painful scream. "While you're sick, I'll take your life." Long Fei kept his Dragon Salyer and hugged his fist. He had already cultivated Mountain Hit Fist to the great perfection stage. "Break for me." The Overlord Stone Devil flew into a rage amidst the pain and smashed towards Long Fei. Boom! The power clashed together and Long Fei was sent flying. The Overlord Stone Devil let out a painful cry again. Rub! Long Fei clenched his teeth and looked at the wound on the Overlord Stone Devil's head. Fuck again. Shadow Shift. Schwa! Instantly landing in front of the rock demon, the Dragon Salyer slashed down again. Dark Dragon God Slash. Boom! Splitting Pulse Art. Rumble! The blade came down, crushing the giant rock demon to the ground. Long Fei landed on the ground, his fists sending the tens of thousands of kilograms worth of stone demon flying, and his body flashed. Dragon Chop. 1,000 combo attacks. Song Qianshan frowned and shouted loudly, "Don't kill it, don't kill it! Not kill. Impossible!" Chapter 752, Infinite Sky Tyrant Strike. Chapter 752, Infinite Sky Tyrant Strike. How could he level up without killing them? How did it drop anything? If he didn't kill him, then what the heck was he? Being abused by the Overlord Stone Devil to such a state, if he did not kill it, would that be worthy of him? In any case, Long Fei would kill them all because he needed experience and masochism. He did not listen to Song Qianshan's persuasion, nor did he hesitate at all as he crazily slashed down with 1,000 consecutive strikes from the Dragon Chop. Under the final slash, Long Fei shouted out in his heart, "Explode for me!" At this time, Song Qianshan frantically rushed over, wanting to stop Long Fei from killing this rock demon. Seeing the rock demon fall to the ground, she cried out inwardly, "Crap!" The system beep rang. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 36,000 experience points when killing Overlord Stone Devil, 500 points for power of Celestial and 1 point for energy values. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Overlord Stone Devil's ability, Sky Tyrant Strike. Yes, sir. The big move of the Stone Man will definitely be learned. Long Fei said excitedly, "This technique is really good at using existences that could destroy the heavens and earth." Although the Overlord Stone Devil was not a stone person in the game, but it was very strong, especially with its unlimited combo. It was too terrifying. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for training the Demon Beast's ability, Sky Tyrant Strike for obtaining 100 experience, 100 power of Celestial, and 100 points as a reward. Skill Path. Sky Tyrant Strike Consumption, 1000 power of Celestial S cooldown, 1 second damage. 5 stars. Description. This cultivation technique is Demon Beast's sacred art, a ton of impact force. The heavier the body, the stronger the impact force. Weight versus strength? Wasn't it useless for that person to train in this skill? Long Fei did not care about the description of the skill, but looked at the cooldown in a daze. Isn't that just flying randomly in the sky? As for weight, Long Fei did not mind, because he had trained in Gravity Knife S, so he could release his own gravity, which was equivalent to tons and tons of weight. Rumble! 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 Right after the Overlord Stone Devil was killed, the calm canyon suddenly became restless. The continuous sounds of explosions were like rolling thunder that continuously exploded. Next, as one Overlord Stone Devil after another jumped down from the rocks in the canyon, every one of them were incomparably fierce, staring at Long Fei as though they were going to eat him whole. All the demonic stones in the canyon had awoken. Song Qianshan's face sank and said, "This will be difficult." Long Fei's expression also darkened. You knew from the beginning that killing a demon beast would awaken all the demonic stones. Song Qianshan said, "I just reminded you not to kill him. If you didn't listen, then I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to pass this valley." However, Song Qianshan had not finished speaking when he realized that Long Fei had already rushed out. Moreover, Long Fei's face was filled with excitement. He was not afraid at all, and Song Qianshan was stunned. Is this man crazy? The more excited the demon beast, the more excited it became. The stronger the boss, the more excited it became. Looking at the Overlord Stone Devil in the canyon, Long Fei's heart started to boil. How much experience is this? Is it enough for me to level up? What did you say? Song Qianshan didn't hear it clearly and walked behind Long Fei. Long Fei could not afford to let anything happen to him. At least nothing could happen to Long Fei before she undid the Dragon Head Qianquan map, so she had to ensure Long Fei's safety. Long Fei asked, "I mean, is there only one way? Song Qianqian nodded his head and said, "Only this one. If I fly past it, I might get lost. I have tried it." Long Fei became even more excited and said, "Then let's kill." "Huh?" Song Qianqian looked at Long Fei and asked, "Are you sure?" Long Fei took a step forward and said, "Definitely." Song Qianqian gave a shallow smile and said, "Then let's begin." Finished. Song Qianqian shouted, "Follow behind me." "Hey hey! I told you to follow me." Song Qianqian shouted, but Long Fei had already rushed out. "I truly submit to you." Rumble! Long Fei approached slightly, and before he could even react, the 5 Overlord Stone Devils had already charged out. Their bodies turned into a straight line, and they were as fast as lightning. Boom, boom, boom! A series of loud sounds rang out. Song Qianqian shouted loudly, "Be careful!" Long Fei curled his lips. "Your strength might not be as good as yours, but your brain's reaction speed. Hee, I'm a pro-level player." Sky Tyrant Strike. The instant before the 5 Stone Demon landed on the ground, Long Fei charged forward and instantly rammed into them. Boom! Damn! This is great! He was able to accurately dodge the attacks of the 5 stone men. Moreover, the feeling of dodging a skill was like playing a game. However, this was even more exciting. Song Qianqian was shocked. He looked at Long Fei and was shocked. He also returned to his Stone Demon ability? It was comprehended? This comprehension ability is too fast, I'll just copy it. The people of Long family are really different. As soon as he finished, Song Qianqian's aura suddenly exploded, the cold sword in his hand, his body leaned forward, and with every step he took, his figure seemed to transform into a myriad of forms, which was impossible to see clearly. Long Fei's cultivation could not see Song Qianqian's figure clearly. Patriarch! This was the first time Long Fei had seen Song Qianqian make a move. It was too fast. The Yen Huang ancestor said slightly. The Phantom Kill Sword Technique's cultivation realm has reached the 9th level. Your cultivation is. The Virtual Immortals isn't right. The Blood Immortal isn't right. It's still rising. The Golden Immortal. Her aura is erratic and erratic, suddenly a Virtual Immortals, suddenly a different realm. This little girl is incredible. I am afraid no one can stop her with just this. Long Fei asked, "What about compared to sky-separating clans Pan Xing?" The people of the Pan family all possessed Pan Gu bloodline S, and their talent was at the peak of the gods' martial continent, an existence that very few people could surpass. The Yen Huang ancestor said, "It's not worth mentioning. That Pan clan kid's blood vein is indeed very strong, but compared to her, it's so weak that it explodes." Damn! Long Fei's heart trembled. He knew clearly that Song Qianqian was strong, but he never thought that he was strong to such an extent. He couldn't even defeat Pan Xing now, so this Song Qianqian. At this moment, Song Qianqian's Phantom Kill sword skill continued to be used. The 5 demonic stones seemed to be stunned, as they stood still and did not move at all, as they could not find their target. They couldn't lock onto the target, so they didn't know how to hit it. Seeing that the rock demon's HP was running low, Long Fei shouted, "I'm coming." The experience of the 5 demonic stones was over 100,000, they couldn't be lost just like that. Sky Tyrant form. Shwa! Long Fei's body moved and he shouted in his heart, 10 times gravity. Boom! An instant critical strike. He directly smashed the 5 demonic stones into pieces, and even more demonic stones rushed out from the canyon. Chapter 753 Infinite Fire. Chapter 753 Infinite Fire. Ding! Ding! 5 prompts sounded. Long Fei looked at Song Qianqian and said, "I will be in charge of attracting monsters, and you will be in charge of killing monsters." Song Qianqian frowned. Long Fei had already rushed out, feeling refreshed in his heart. If I don't make good use of this kind of expert by my side, then I will really suffer a huge loss. Boom! Boom! A large group of Overlord Stone Devil crashed out. Long Fei stood in place without moving. After calculating the distance properly, those rock demons would attack as soon as they entered the range of the Sky Tyrant attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk the 8 demonic stones struck Xiang Long Fei instantly. Moonlit step. Long Fei's godlike reaction immediately flew outwards the moment they crashed into the ground. Bang bang. 8 loud sounds clashed onto empty air, causing Long Fei, who was in mid-air, to grin. Now it's my turn. 10 times gravity. Sky Tyrant strike. From above, he ruthlessly slammed down. Rumble. The 8 giant stone demons were knocked flying, and at this moment, Long Fei yelled in his heart, Dragon Chop. 8,000 slashes. 8 Overlord Stone Devil, 1,000 slashes meant 8,000 slashes. The dragon Salyer was wildly dancing, and the 8 giant demons in the air were constantly letting out painful screams. They could not resist at all. 12,221. 7,382, 11,123. Bright red damage continuously rose from the top of their heads. The 8,000 slashes came crashing down. Shirtu had become a cripple. However, the moment they landed, Long Fei also landed, while the other demonic stones that had entered the range of the impact instantly rammed into them. Shadow shift. Schwa. Long Fei's speed became even faster as he swiftly dodged out of the way. He turned his head to strike out with a heavy blow. If you will crash, then Lousy will crash even more. Sky Tyrant strike. Rumble. The 1-second cooldown was just too fast. It was as if the cooldown of a skill had been shortened by 100 times. It was even better than infinite fire. As long as your hand speed was fast enough, the skill would not stop. Boom. Boom. The demon beast that rushed out from the valley had already blocked the valley's entrance, so the stone demon behind them could not come out at all. This also lessened the pressure on Long Fei. Because the rock devils were in one direction, there was no need to worry about attacks coming from other directions. Song Qianqian saw a large wave of rock demons collide forward, and then Long Fei took a step back, cleverly avoiding the impact. You hit me, I'll hit you. It was just that. It was very difficult for the rock demons to hit Long Fei, but Long Fei managed to hit them time and time again. This reaction was too swift. Of course, in his past life, pro players weren't made up for nothing. If they didn't even have this sort of reaction, how could they still be considered pro players? Just a little. Long Fei's weight was still not enough. He was unable to inflict more damage. Furthermore, the main effect of this skill was on control. Once you hit, you're sent flying. There's nothing you can do in midair. Long Fei struck again. Dragon Chop, 10,000 slashes. 18 stone demon were knocked away by Long Fei, and after the cooldown time of the Dragon Chop ended, Long Fei was immediately released. The heck! The combination of the Stone Man and the Aso. I'm about to fall in love with myself. I'm too handsome. Long Fei was excited. The 18,000 slashes crazily fell on him, as if death was dancing wildly. Boom! Long Fei landed on the ground, and his body once again explosively retreated. At this moment, ding! The power of Celestial is not enough, please supplement. The power of Celestial is not enough, please supplement. The system sounded out. The Fairy Stone Root quickly released the power of Celestial, and with just the power of Celestial of the Fairy Stone Root, it was not enough. Long Fei quickly retreated, and said to Song Qianqian, Don't watch the show, it's your turn now. Song Qianqian took a glance at Long Fei and thought to himself, Is this your limit? That's not right. It should be the limit of your power of Celestial. For a first-stage Berserker Immortal to be able to persevere for so long, the power of Celestial in your body is 3 times that of a normal first-stage Wild Immortal. The people from Long family are truly abnormal. Song Qianqian quickly made his move. Her cultivation continued to change non-stop as she released the fantasy killer sword technique crazily, killing 18 Overlord Stone Devil in a short 10 seconds. While she was killing him, ding, ding, 18 notifications continuously rang out in Long Fei's brain. The value of his power of Celestial had also recovered a little, and after he saw his experience points increase crazily, he said, "This feeling is too good. However, this feeling is a bit too slow." Long Fei muttered to himself, and said to Song Qianqian, "Can you be a little faster?" Song Qianqian looked at Long Fei and asked, "How are you going to go crazy?" Long Fei said, "I still have a big move, can you keep up?" Song Qianqian was startled. She was initially worried that Long Fei would be destroyed by the rock demon, but looking at his fighting techniques, she was no longer worried. It was as her master had said, do not underestimate anyone from the Long family. Even if he was only a martial artist in the immortal realm, he couldn't be underestimated because the people in the Long family were all abnormal. Now she finally understood why her master would say that. Song Qianqian said, "Today I'll accompany you until you're mad enough." Heh heh. Long Fei smiled excitedly and said, "Then follow my footsteps now. Remember, you can't be more than a meter away from me. This time I will fly you." As soon as he finished, Long Fei roared in his heart, "Rank 5 unparalleled." Buzz! 32 times the usual strength came out master, causing his strength to increase by multiple times. In an instant, Long Fei jumped into the air and changed his posture. Moonlit step. He landed in the air above the most concentrated group of demon beasts. Song Qianqian was startled. "Isn't that too crazy?" She kept up with him. Long Fei roared out, "Sky Tyrant Strike." His body exploded and heavily crashed into the ground. Rumble. After knocking out an empty area in the most densely packed area of Demon Beast, Long Fei excitedly said, "Fair, it's your turn." Buzz. Fair rushed out from within the Thunder Pearl. Holding her magic staff, she chanted towards the sky, "Power of thunder, listen to my command." Bang! The lightning field rumbled and lightning raged. And at the instant the lightning descended, Song Qianqian landed behind Long Fei. Long Fei looked at her, smiled slightly, and said, "Hug me tightly, this time I'll fly you." Song Qianqian's cheeks flushed slightly. Looking at the lightning field that covered the sky, she did not put it in her eyes at all. She could dodge it, and the lightning might not even harm her. However, at this moment, she still walked over, hugged Long Fei's waist, closed her eyes and lightly leaned on Long Fei's back. Just like a couple, Long Fei roared, "Fair! Go in and release it. Burn it." Fair cried out in excitement, "Understood, Master." 10,000 thunderbolts fury. Boom. Chapter 754 15 seconds, 2 levels. Chapter 754 15 seconds, 2 levels. 10,000 lightning bolts were unleashed simultaneously. There was less thunder. Fair's strength had increased by a lot compared to last time, and those rock devils in the narrow valley were struck down before they could even react. The bright red damage continued to float. However, these rock devils had very high HP. Fair's skill was AoE, but her damage was still lacking. She hadn't killed the rock devils yet. It was also at this time. Long Fei lightly patted Song Qianqian's hands and said, "Sister, it's your turn to perform." Song Qianqian leaned on Long Fei's shoulder. Her heart was indescribably calm. She had never been so calm before, and this feeling was very special. She had never experienced it before. Even. She almost fell asleep. Hearing that Long Fei's voice had returned to normal, their eyes became cold as they looked at the surrounding Overlord Stone Devil. They all stared at Long Fei like tigers stalking their prey. Fair stuck out her tongue and said, "Master, I'll leave first." He drilled into the Thunder Pearl. Hoo 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 hoo. Hoo 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 hoo. The breaths of the rock demons looked like they were about to spew fire, staring at Long Fei with eyes full of killing intent. Then, in the blink of an eye, over 100 sky tyrant rock devils crazily rammed into him, completely giving up their lives. They were all furious. Boom, boom, boom. It was too fast, to the point that Long Fei was caught off guard, and his brain was unable to react in time. And it was also at this moment that Long Fei's heart trembled. What a powerful sword intent! Yen Huang Ancestor was also shocked. Illusion Slaughter's strongest sword intent, illusory realm kill. What is the background of this girl? Just what kind of ancient blood vein is flowing in her body? Yen Huang Ancestor muttered. Even he could not see through Song Qianqian. Every move had a different power. However, there was one thing Patriarch could be certain of, and that was that Song Qianqian had definitely merged with some kind of ancient powerful blood vein. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to unleash such a powerful force. Yen Huang Ancestor thought to himself, it's time to help this guy find the blood vein. The Pangu bloodline S of Sky separating clan and other superfamilies all have fusion blood vein, and they are all at the peak of God's martial continent. This kid is a bit out of sync. Blood vein could be said to be a gift. Blood vein was the source of unlimited potential. The blood vein flowing in your body can allow you to quickly improve and release endless amounts of power. Its power is even more powerful than the power of a mortal foundation. Blood vein S were extremely important to any warrior. It was just that. An ordinary warrior would not have any blood vein in their body. Unless it was the kind of ancestor that was an extremely powerful being, or the inheritance of some ancient beast race. Otherwise, the blood vein's power wouldn't exist in their body, it was just an ordinary warrior. The dragon spirit blood S in Long Fei's body were peeled off, and he did not have the strength of a blood vein in his body. The former Titan blood vein, Underworld King blood vein, the Undying blood vein were all absorbed by the dragon Salyer. These blood vein were slightly worse than the Pan family's Pangu bloodline, they had to be fused with the best and the most powerful blood vein. At least, blood vein at the peak of God's martial continent, a blood vein that could crush everything. Yen Huang Ancestor made up his mind, it's about time. At this moment, Song Qianqian took a step forward and stood in front of Long Fei. The black dress on her body fluttered as she stepped on the black lotus. With each step, a flower and an illusion appeared. The cold sword in his hand moved slightly. The aura on her body immediately exploded outwards, and a black ripple spread outwards, covering hundreds of surrounding Overlord Stone Devil. Then, the rock devils that were rushing out fell to the ground in a flash, as if they had crashed into a plane. At the same time, Song Qianqian frowned, illusory realm destroyer. Thousand shadow transformation, whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk her figure transformed into 1,000 different figures that filled the sky. They traveled through the void, as if entering another space and time. Long Fei could only feel the incomparably strong sword intent, but he was unable to feel the feelings of those stone giant demons. They had all entered into an illusionary world released by Song Qianqian. He couldn't extricate himself, and Song Qianqian's 1,000 figures had entered these illusions to instantly kill all of them. Boom! With a loud noise, all of the surrounding Overlord Stone Devil burst apart, turning into powder and killing all of the stone demons in the surroundings with a single sword strike. Powerful, unparalleled power. Long Fei was stunned. The strong will explode. It was also at this time that the system beep in Long Fei's mind also began to crackle non-stop, like firecrackers. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 36,000 experience points when killing Overlord Stone Devil, 500 points for power of Celestial and 1 point for energy values. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 36,000 experience points when killing Overlord Stone Devil, 500 points for power of celestial and 1 point for energy values. Ding! A crazed sound rang out. 2 seconds later. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level. Wild Immortal 2nd stage. 10 seconds later. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently at the 3rd level of the Wild Immortal stage. In less than 15 seconds, he had risen 2 levels in succession. Wah ka ka. Why don't I go up, ha ha ha. Long Fei laughed excitedly, and said to Yen Huang Ancestor in his heart, Ancestor, what is the probability of me winning against this girl? Yen Huang Ancestor replied without thinking, the probability of 0. F*ck. Can you give me some face? At least you've been in my body for so many years. Long Fei's heart sank. Yen Huang Ancestor said, saying 0 is already enough to give you face. With your current cultivation, you don't even have the qualifications to fight against her, so I suggest that you give up on this idea. Long Fei muttered, what if we add in the giant demons? 10%. The Yen Huang Ancestor explained. You can disregard it, the Gravity Troll's seal has not been completely unlocked, and it will be difficult for him to be this girl's opponent. Holy sh*t. Is she this strong? She's only 16 or 17 years old. Long Fei secretly sked, as he still had a trace of luck in his heart. Because there must be something happening within the Dragon Head Qianquan map. If it really was the head of the Yuan Long, could Song Qianqian steal it from him? This was the head of the Azure Dragon, Blood Dragon, and Black Dragon's bosses. Can make it? He couldn't let the fight end like this. But now that he had won 10%, Long Fei immediately gave up and thought, it seems like he won't win. Where does the soft one come from? Persuade her. Persuade her with my love. Long Fei started to feel vulgar in his heart. With such a super valiant beauty by my side, there's no way I can stop her. Who? Long Fei thought. Let's see what's hidden in the Dragon Head Qianquan map first, then we can plan. Chapter 755, Azure Dragon Loose Mouth. Chapter 755, Azure Dragon Loose Mouth. It was unknown if Song Qianqian was in a berserk state or what, but after using Illusory Realm Kill, it was as if she had eaten a dazzling spring, and simply could not stop. Long Fei was afraid that he would miss out on the experience, hence he kept trying to cause as much damage as possible. This way, he would be able to gain experience. 2 hours passed. Huff! Long Fei was paralyzed as he sat on the ground, gasping for air and said, I've finally cleaned it all up. Song Qianqian stood at the side and said lightly, this is just the beginning. There are many other places like this on the way to the Heaven and Earth Secret Realm. Also, the most dangerous place isn't Dragon Head Mountain, but the Universe Mystic Realm. So, Song Qianqian looked at Long Fei seriously and said, you must listen to my commands after this, or else I won't be your spear anymore. There was a hint of coldness in his voice. This coldness started when she used her illusionary killing technique. Long Fei looked at Song Qianqian and said, what spear use do you have? Song Qianqian said, you should be clear in your heart, even if your talent is exceptional, it is impossible for you to continuously break through within the short span of half a minute. Although I am not clear on how you broke through, but I am sure it is related to killing these stone demons. He could see through it with one look. She was the first. It had to be said that Song Qianqian was extremely intelligent. Long Fei's gaze turned cold. His discovery of his secret had made him a little unhappy. No matter who it was, he could not become the existence of the system, or else his consequences would be disastrous. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, what I condensed in the purple bamboo forest was the killing thought, you should know that, right? My path is the path of death. Naturally, I will break through with killing. The more I kill, the more I will understand the true essence of killing. Naturally, I will be able to break through with ease. Long Fei's perfect explanation. Song Qianqian looked at Long Fei. She wanted to see through him. However, just like how Long Fei could not see through her, she could not see through Long Fei either. After pausing for half a minute, Song Qianqian said slightly, "In the history of the Dark Domain, there are many experts who have cultivated the way of killing, but not a single person has succeeded. The path of death is a path of no return, and the further one goes, the harder it becomes. In the end, you won't be able to control the slaughter and your entire body will go berserk, controlled by the killing intent." She had looked through a lot of information. In the entire Dark Domain, and even in the entire God's martial continent, no one had ever succeeded. Long Fei asked, "Are you concerned about me?" Song Qianqian's eyes turned cold and said, "I just want to see how you were controlled by the killing intent and how you died. Isn't that too cruel?" Long Fei laughed. Song Qianqian said, "Have you rested enough? Let's go." Dark Domain. Qianji City. Go back and tell Lord Devil Ancestor that we are increasing our speed. We will definitely find the Dragon Clan's secret treasure before the Heavenly Hall of Immortals. Song Qianqing was filled with confidence. The demon expert said, "I'll have to trouble the Thousand City Lord. Don't worry, the Devil Ancestor will definitely accomplish what he promised you." Even if he was a demon expert, he wouldn't dare to be disrespectful to Song Qianqing, as the envoy beside the Devil Ancestor. Because he was Dark Domain's strongest warrior. He was also the absolute ruler of the Dark Domain. In front of Song Qianqing, his strength was not even enough. Song Qianqing smiled faintly and said, "I thank you." The demon powerhouse hugged his hands, turned around and left, turning into a streak of light before disappearing into the horizon. It was also at this time. Song Qianqing frowned and asked coldly, "How is Miss?" The shadow moved. An old man came out from the shadows and said, "Miss has already brought that kid Long family to the Dragon Head Mountain. I think in a few days there will be an appearance of a Dragon Head Qianquan map." "How many days more?" Song Qianqing was slightly unhappy. He then asked, "How are things with the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals? Other than the Pan Clan Demon Slayer, are there any more Demon Slayer?" The old man replied, "There is currently no second Demon Slayer, but in a few months it will be the God Emperor Academy's competition. There will be news from the Heavenly Hall of Immortals. The disciples that stand out in this competition will be brought over to the Outer Space Palace for cultivation." Song Qianqing slightly narrowed his eyes. It seems that the Supreme God from Tong Tian Hall of Immortals can no longer sit still. Compared to the appearance of the Demon Slayer, I should go and cultivate my own Demon Slayer. Immortal Domain and Western Devil Lord definitely have a huge battle, just that. Song Qianqing's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he said faintly, "The center of this spiral is actually Long family's brat. Long family. Dragon territory. Dragon race. Whether it's the Immortal Domain or the Western Devil Lord, they are both waiting for the appearance of the Dragon Clan's secret treasure." Song Qianqing slightly said, "That is the best opportunity my Dark Domain will have." As soon as he finished, Song Qianqing said, "Send a sound transmission to Xiaojia, ask her to speed up the process. We must definitely make that brat from Long family move, and let this whirlpool speed up. Remind her that if she doesn't complete her mission on time, then she won't be able to see her mother again." The elders said, "As you command." All of these happened just as Song Qianqian was using the illusionary killing technique, causing a sound transmission to be transmitted to her mind. From that moment on, she became ice-cold. At this moment, in Song Qianqian's heart there were only missions, 2 days of rapid travel. Just as she had said, there were many strong demon beasts along the way, but they were all cleverly dodged by Song Qianqian. Not a single one had been killed. Long Fei felt bitter in his heart. "My experience, my power of celestial, my sole treasure. Long Fei forced it out, then said to the blood dragon, "Remember this place, next time I must come back." Blood dragon ancestor said, "Boss, don't worry. I will remember everything clearly according to your instructions." At dusk, Song Qianshan stopped and said, "We will rest here tonight." Here? Long Fei was startled, because they were at the edge of a huge crater. Inside the crater was also a dense forest, and he could not see how deep they were. Song Qianshan did not explain and directly leaped onto a large tree. Leaning on the tree trunk with both eyes shut, he started to rest. Along the way, Song Qianshan was cold and silent. Even if there was, it was to remind him to follow closely. There was no longer that mischievous smile from before. Long Fei muttered, "What happened?" "Forget it. Fill up your stomach first." Long Fei took out a leg of demon beast and began to roast it. Originally, she wanted to tempt Song Qianshan, but she was completely indifferent to it. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, a dragon head Qinquan map appeared in Long Fei's mind. What is it? Inside Long Fei's body, the few dragons began to discuss once more. Ghost Dragon asked, "Big Brother Azure Dragon, do you want to tell Boss about this?" The Golden Dragon also said, "The Heaven and Earth secret realm is too dangerous. Let's talk about it first." Blood Dragon Ancestor said, "Big Brother Azure Dragon, say something. It's not like you don't know about the secret realm, it's too dangerous inside." The Azure Dragon Ancestor pondered for a moment and said, "All right." Chapter 756, Universe Mystic Realm, Memory Awakening. Chapter 756, Universe Mystic Realm, Memory Awakening. The Azure Dragon had let go. It was the first time. He had always insisted on carrying out the things that the Yuan Long had told him. Even though Long Fei had encountered some difficulties and he did not want to help, it was different this time. With Long Fei's current cultivation, entering the Heaven and Earth secret realm was no different from courting death. Even if he had Song Qianshan to protect him, it would be useless. Moreover, Song Qianshan was someone of the dark domain. In this moment of life and death, would she still protect Long Fei? Wulong discussed for a moment. And then, the Azure Dragon Ancestor's voice sounded out in Long Fei's mind. "Boss, the sun is rising tomorrow. The first ray of sunlight is shining into the deep pit, so where is the entrance to the secret realm? I believe that the young lady of Dark Domain already knows about it. After entering the secret realm, you must listen to me. You cannot take even half a step wrong, or else the consequences will be unimaginable." Long Fei's eyes shook and said slightly, "Azure Dragon, this doesn't seem to be your style." The reason why he suddenly wanted to help Long Fei at this time was not because he had a plan, but because the Heaven realm was too dangerous. The Azure Dragon Ancestor slightly said, "Dragon Head Qianquan map, this is the place where you fell. Your dragon's head is hidden inside the universe secret realm. This was where the most powerful battle of the tribulation had taken place. He had lost. He had fallen as well. With the dragon head being chopped off, the seal was in the secret realm. This seal was something he had prepared beforehand. Before the great battle had erupted, he had already known the outcome of that calamity. He would lose and the dragon race would lose. He had even chosen his own grave. Other than that, there were incomparably powerful living creatures guarding the universe mystic realm. They were slaves that had signed a contract with the dragon race, and they had guarded the tombs of Yuan Long for tens of millions of years. They would never let anyone near the main tomb. Anyone who got close to him would be killed without mercy. Because these were arranged by the Yuan Long and were given to them by them, the Azure Dragon Ancestor and the others would know clearly. Naturally, they would also know how savage the contracted slaves were. Long Fei's heart trembled and thought to himself, as expected, the head of the Yuan Long Dragon Head Mountain, is the head of the Yuan Long buried here? Long Fei moved and asked, Then do you mean that I have other bodies buried somewhere else? The Azure Dragon Ancestor said. Your head is buried at Dragon Head Mountain, your body is silent in the Sky Sea, your Dragon Claw Seal is at the peak of the snow-capped mountain, your tail is buried in the core of the earth. Before the open dragon domain, you must find your own body, otherwise you won't be able to open it. The Azure Dragon Ancestor lightly said. Only a true Yuan Long could enter the open dragon domain. Only then would they be able to awaken the dragon race that had been in slumber for hundreds of years. The roar of a Yuan Long. Long Fei said. Dragon Head Mountain, Sky Sea, the peak of the snow-capped mountain, deep in the earth, it seems like I can still deal with it. The Azure Dragon Ancestor said. This is to guard against outsiders. Once your physical body is damaged, your strength will be greatly weakened. Long Fei said. I got it. Besides the dragon head, is there anything else in the universe secret realm? The Azure Dragon Ancestor replied. I only know that there is a dragon head. As for other things, you did not tell me before, but after you died, your weapon also disappeared. As for whether or not it was in the secret realm, that's not clear. Weapon. Long Fei became excited and asked, What weapon? The Azure Dragon Ancestor said, Dragon Spear, Sky-Burning Dragon Gun. Rub. Just by hearing the name, he is already very domineering. Long Fei became excited and said, Azure Dragon, in the future, if you have nothing else to say, tell me more about the past. Also, what is this tribulation you are talking about? The Dragon Clan should have been the hegemons of the gods' martial continent back then, but how did they get crushed like this? Even their captains fell, aren't they too miserable? Long Fei asked in confusion. The Azure Dragon's expression darkened. Wait for your open dragon domain to know about the tribulation. Once you know about the secret history of the dragon race, you will be clear about it. Now that you're like this, can you still play? Long Fei was annoyed. He still wanted to ask about the relationship between the Long family and the dragon race. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to get the answer out. Long Fei was too lazy to touch that bad luck and said, All right, you can go now. I'll follow your route in the morning tomorrow. The aura of the Azure Dragon Ancestor disappeared, and he returned to the green dragon tripod. Long Fei thought, Sky-Burning Dragon Gun, could it be in the universe mystic realm? So excited, this gun should be a powerful existence, right? Thinking about it, Long Fei also slowly fell asleep. With Song Qianshan here, he did not need to worry about oversleeping. Moreover, he needed to rest and get his body into a good state. The night passed in silence. Early morning, the first rays of sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves. Song Qianshan's eyes opened wide, and like an alarm clock, she woke up. She jumped down from the tree branch and stood beside Long Fei. Long Fei had a vulgar expression, with saliva on the corner of his mouth. His expression was as vulgar as it could be. It was like he was in a dream, taking off the clothes of a peerless beauty. Song Qianshan stood at the edge of the hole, watching the sunlight slowly shine down, and the moment the sunlight shone into the hole, she suddenly shouted out, Let's go! The voice carried the penetrating power of the idea. Instantly entering Long Fei's mind, his mind exploded, causing a demon to appear within his beautiful dream, which immediately woke him up from his shock. Holy sh*t! Long Fei cursed. I was just about to succeed, can you let me finish this dream? Song Qianshan walked to his side, and directly jumped down after picking up his collar without giving Long Fei any time to clear his head. Very overbearing. It was even more domineering than a domineering CEO. High up in the sky, Song Qianshan said, The secret realm of the universe is extremely dangerous, you have to listen to my commands, otherwise I won't be able to protect you. Long Fei grinned and thought in his heart, You should listen to me. Boom! The two of them landed on the ground. Song Qianshan looked at the place where the sunlight was shining, and then, a strand of energy burst forth from her body and revolved around her palm, the power of the seal. Open! Bam! He struck a rock with his palm. Next, dense runes appeared on the surface of the rock. The runes spread out like a group of tadpoles, covering the entire pit in the blink of an eye. The runes in front of him were even more profound than the runes on the old devil's gravity chains, and the power was even more vigorous. Dragon Clan. Just how strong are you? Long Fei was shocked. Song Qianqian retracted his palm and said, Go in. After saying that, she pulled Long Fei and walked in. The rock seemed to have turned into mercury, swallowing up the moment it entered. Boom! After a few seconds, his vision suddenly exploded, and Long Fei felt as if he had entered a different world where the corpses inside formed mountains, and the color of blood filled the sky. Moreover, countless steps ascended from the sky to the shrine above. If one were to look down at it, they would discover that this was a massive yin-yang 8 trigram diagram. This is the heaven and earth secret realm, the place where the dragon's head is buried. A terrifying aura assaulted his face, and Long Fei's entire being seemed to be possessed. His head hurt so much that it felt like it was about to split open, as one powerful memory fragment after another awakened in his mind. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.